Hey guys, it's Dude here with Misaki, and welcome to Fate Hollow Ataraxia, the sequel to Fate Stay Night. If you haven't seen Fate Stay Night yet, we just finished up that series 2 weeks ago. I'd recommend checking that out first. So I did play like a couple hours of this game several years ago, but I didn't get very far. Um, so I also don't remember how far I got. So it was like wholesome in my memory here. And Misaki, you know even less about this than you did Fate Stay Night, right?
Yep. All I know is from the picture I saw some familiar faces.
Yep. Right. Oh, by the way, I have the latest patch for the games. It's got content from the Vita version, but not Capsule Servant. Also, I don't know if you can see this, Misaki, but there's like these settings here.
Sensor?
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. The viewers can't see that drop down menu, but yeah. So there's a censor option here. There's censor age content, uncensor age content, and decensor age content.
Wow, that D-sensor.
Yeah. I believe what that does is removes the pixelation from the artwork. That they redraw those parts so you can actually see the dick. All right. Anyway, let's get started. Oh, I hit the config. Oh yeah. So annoyingly, there's no like master volume slider for the voices. There's one for each individual character. So as new characters get introduced, I got to come back here each time.
Oh gosh. Okay, yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess there are reasons to do that, like in a visual novel, but I wish there was like a said, just turn it off option. Okay. He said he was afraid of the night. Oh wait. Oh yeah. I remember what this scene is. Why don't you narrate, Misaki?
Okay. City of Shinto, Kuroki, Kurokizaka District, Block 4, Semina Apartments, 11th floor, room 2. That's where he lived. His name was, well, let's just call him Mr. A. Mr. A was a student and, having just turned 20, had moved in at the beginning of spring. This was the first time he ever moved, and the first time he ever lived by himself, and the first time he was in an unfamiliar neighborhood.
I think I might have set the volume a little too low on my end. Just gonna raise it up a little bit. Stop that.
Man, this person's stalking Mr. A.
What the heck is going on here? Stop. Sorry, 1 second here. It should be good. Okay.
Mr. A is an introvert by nature, still felt lost. He was adjusting to the life in Fuyuki gradually. Mr. A was comfortable being alone in the first place, and never seemed to care much about having a few friends or living among strangers. Rather, he preferred things that way. Mr. A, who would shut himself in his room, apparently liked not having his new life disturbed by anyone, be it friends or family. Mr. A was satisfied with his life, except for two things: the long, long hallway leading to the entrance and the thoughtlessness of the family that moved in next door 1 month prior. What was bothering, no, what was unsettling him began since he moved into the apartment in spring. With his, what his parents had set up for him was a XXXX yen monthly 4-bedroom apartment. Size was nothing to complain about.
I guess it's just a straight up photograph.
While Mr. A loved being alone, He had an inclination towards luxury and didn't favor living plainly. When it came to the dwelling, the bigger the better. To someone like him who hated the outside world, this place was a fortress. It had to be large and solid. It couldn't be easy to reach. He couldn't relax if it wasn't impenetrable. That's right. It wasn't that Mr. A liked being alone. It was the issue of others being near. He was unconsciously afraid of someone other than himself intruding into his space. There was another reason why Mr. A chose Semina Apartments. It was a distance from the living room to the door. The long hallway was the first and last obstacle to pass through in order to enter or leave the apartment. It is a long, narrow hallway.
Yeah.
The 4-meter-long hallway stretched in a straight line from the living room to the door, and there were neither storage rooms nor a bathroom along the way. It was an unusual hallway for an apartment to have, but it seems like Mr. A took a liking to it for its length. It took up the ideal amount of space and was an ideal entranceway. The far-off separation from the entrance was not so much a medium between inside and outside. It was more of an ambiguous boundary. It was unnatural. One could say that the hallway itself was the real entrance. However, once he began living there, something about the hallway started to worry him. With such splendid length, what could possibly worry him about it? After being puzzled for several hours, he finally figured it out.
Months.
I mean, yeah, several months, he finally figured it out.
Big difference there.
It was simple. The long hallway had no lights. It looked like a structural flaw had left no space to install any lights. The hallways of the other apartments had them, but only in room 2 of floor 11 were they forgotten. How stupid. Not the worker that forgot to install lights, but himself, who had noticed only now after living there for several months. Come to think of it, he had already made a wrong turn the moment he had failed to realize what was amiss. Fall came and the new tenants moved in next door. They were the kind of happy family you could find anywhere. A young married couple and a 3-year-old daughter. The only contact he had with them was limited to a simple greeting when they were moving in. All Mr. A knew about them was that their surname, XX, and the daughter's name... What is with all these censors? I mean, what? Isn't that a great name? Her name is like, what? Ellipses...
Asterisk, pound sign.
Semina Apartments is an L-shaped building with only 2 apartments on each floor. And the center is the entrance into the building, and each apartment occupies the entire horizontal or vertical part of the L. At the entrance, there's a door leading to the elevator and the emergency stairwell. Sometimes Mr. A would meet the XX couple at the entranceway, but on rare occasions he saw Ellipses, alone by herself. Nii-chan, won't you push the button for me? Whenever they met, she would say that. The elevator buttons were slightly above her height. It was not too high for her to reach, but for some reason, she never raised her hands above her shoulders. While he thought it was strange that the 3-year-old girl would go up by herself, he did what the girl asked. And he would see her not just on the 11th floor, but also at the entrance on the 1st floor. He would find the girl crouching in front of the elevator as he was coming home or leaving. She would raise her head and say, looking up at him, the same thing. After having that exchange over and over again, Mr. A learned the girl's name. He did not remember it, however, perhaps because Mr. A had no interest in other people. Instead, he called her Little Red Riding Hood because she always wore a red hood. That doesn't
Birds.
look red to me.
No, those are birds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say it again. Mr. A was an introverted young man.
I thought it was her for a second too, but then I realized that.
As long as his lifestyle wasn't threatened, he didn't care about the outside world. Be it, for example, an argument heard from the other side of the wall, the sound of a little girl crying once every other day, a woman's screams that could only be described as shrieking, the girl not being able to raise her arm above her shoulders due to a neglected bone fracture, or her wearing a red hood to hide the bruises on her face because of her father told her to. Well, the stuff that only concerns other people. The ruckus of the neighboring room was only about a meter away from the door, but who could blame him? It was, after all, a long haul. The source of the screaming was several meters away, and he inevitably had to ignore it while watching TV. But on that night, it was especially loud. A blood-curdling scream. Then siren-like crying. Then the sound of the door being opened violently, reverberating in the entranceway. Then the sound of something banging on Mr. A's door. That night had been aggravating to Mr. A, who had been quietly enjoying a late-night broadcast at 2 a.m. He was about to get up and ask him to behave like reasonable human beings. And so get up he did, but soon sat back down. It'll probably end soon anyway. Their affairs were none of Mr. A's business. Butting in at this point would get him overly involved, so he avoided thinking about it. Whatever it is, it's their own responsibility. People ought to handle their own problems by themselves, and so Mr. A took the remote and raised the volume by 5 bars.
Watching Static, apparently.
By the end of the night, he was turning off the TV and falling asleep. The usual nighttime silence had finally returned. Next day, Mr. A learned that the three had been a family suicide next door. That there had been a family suicide next door. It was the first time he had ever been questioned by the police. The night before, after having an argument, Mrs. Beep murdered Mr. Beep with a blade. After slashing ellipses with her only daughter, she took her own life. When asked about it, "I slept like a log and didn't hear anything," was Mr. A's answer. The officer thanked Mr. A for his cooperation and was about to leave. As he was walking away, Mr. A asked just one question.
Excuse me, but what happened to their daughter?
Lowering his eyebrows, the officer replied,
We analyzed the blood remaining on the weapon, and there's no doubt she had been stabbed. Judging from the bloodstain, the wound was fatal.
"Except..." The young officer muttered uncomfortably.
But there's no corpse. The body's nowhere to be found. Neither in the room nor in the entranceway she ran into.
What happened was simple. After being stabbed by her mother, the Little Red Riding Hood seemed to have managed to escape into the entranceway. At that point, however, the trail stops. The bloodstains stop in front of the elevator.
So why didn't she use the elevator? In fact, why didn't she seek help? Why didn't she seek help from you? No matter how frantic she may have been, she should have been able to ring the doorbell at least.
Mr. A couldn't bring himself to say that either button was far out of the girl's reach. The officer left, and Mr. A remained standing in the doorway, deep in thought. 2 o'clock at night, he pictured the little girl escape from her crazed mother, but unable to leave the entranceway, desperately banging at Mr. A's door on the verge of collapse with a tear-stained face. And in the end, the girl's body was never found. Several days passed. Late at night, always at the same time, Mr. A started noticing a strange noise. The noise itself wasn't loud. If he didn't pay attention to it, it was almost inaudible. At first, Mr. A didn't think about what it could be. He told himself that it was just wind shaking the window. But the noise came back every night. Bang bang. It was a noise that was faint enough to be non-existent, yet it was getting on his nerves. When he realized that the noise wasn't from the window, but rather echoing in the hallway, Mr. A walked down the long hallway and brought himself to the door. He asked who it was through the intercom. No response. The moment Mr. A came up to the door, the noise had been so soft moments ago. He looked outside through the peephole. What peephole?
That's the art. Not mention the script again.
Around a started view, nobody was there, just a clean-looking entranceway. Nothing except red specks on the cream-colored floor that...
Actually, no. Well, we're looking through the peephole at the door on the opposite side, so...
His eardrums felt like they were going to burst. There was no one in the entrance, but the noise did not stop. Mr. A tried to look deeper into the peephole. Maybe there was someone there. Maybe he couldn't see at this angle. The noise continued. Wait, there was something under the peephole just outside of his view. Open it. Something red wearing a hood was clinging onto the door. He ran back down the long hallway. The clock was showing 2 a.m. Those late-night visits became a routine event. The noise continued every night. Mr. A never opened the door. Then one night, it happened again. It was insignificantly quiet. He could have just brushed it off as being a part of his imagination. But now, it had been an unavoidable angst that had stained his brain, cutting away at his nerves like a blade. With each day, Mr. A's mind was being cornered.
I wanted to see what that text was, but it went away too fast.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It was the end of autumn. He could now hear it no matter what time it was. That night, he came to a decision. He would see for himself what was clinging to the door. He walked down the long hallway. The light from the entranceway leaked in from behind the door. Passing through the unlit corridor, he pushed the door open. There was nothing there. There was no one there. That painful knocking that had been echoing in his skull was gone as well. Of course, there was nothing. Something that ridiculous couldn't be true. There had never been any noise. There had never been a red hood. Ha.
Oh.
Ha. Ha.
Oh.
Laughter and relief mixed together. His chilled body rapidly regained its warmth. He had just been hearing things. Somehow, it seems that the incident had gotten to him. Without realizing it, he had felt guilty and developed paranoia. But that was all over. It all ended the moment he opened the door. Phew. Wiping sweat off of his forehead, he closed the door. Once he had locked the door, he raised his head. Before his very eyes, down the long, long, dark hallway that he had been so fond of, his eyes widened. In the middle of the corridor, there was something. Wearing a red hood. A familiar dead body. It seemed to be pleading at him. Somehow, Mr. A knew that it would be the last thing he would hear before his death. From within the darkness, its lips moved. Like a watermelon that had been bored into with a knife. With a blood-stained voice, the Little Red Riding Hood spoke to him. Oni-chan, the button.
Yeah. That's one of Ren's friends.
Punch, punch, punch. What was that supposed to be? That sucked. And seriously, what's with all those visual effects? Mitsuzuri, too many details, too much good acting, and also the story's too long. And what was wrong with that Mr. A guy? Dude, if things get that freaky, then move out, move out.
Oh yeah, we were playing a Fate game. Forgot about that. October 11th, past midnight, in the guest room at the Ryudo Temple. Actually, is this still narration? I think it... I'm not sure if Shiro was here or not. I don't know. Makidera Kaede's shrieking voice resounds through the fall sky.
Move. That's easy for you to say. Even you have been saying things like, I swear I'll leave that house. For how many years now? It's the way people are. A little anxiety isn't enough to make them leave something they're attached to, you see. If everybody would move just because of one little ghost, there'd be nobody left on this island by now. Those are profound words indeed. Indeed. Ghost stories are an inseparable part of our lives. By the way, how's the geisha in your hallway? There isn't one. We don't have any noble folks like those. And it's not like there's any water leaking into our hall at midnight, even when it's not raining. And it's not like my ancestors were inland sea pirates either. Aha! So your place is that old, eh? Was that hallway story a kimon for you? Shut up. I'm not afraid of any hallway. I want to move into a stylish modern apartment. What's a kimon? Is that some kind of new chakra?
How can you know what a chakra is but not a kimono? I know what a chakra is but not a kimono.
Game.
A kimono refers to a bad direction, or a bad omen. To be precise, it's the northeast direction. In other words, Ryudo Issei, the son of Ryudo Temple's head monk and the president of the student council. Issei, who came with us as a supervisor in his official role, briefly glances at me.
Oh, I see. You temple boys sure know the stuff. But no thanks, what I want to hear more about is those cosmic kind of stories, not ghosts or that kind of stuff. Like, you know, a meteorite falling on Tosaka's place in the Edo period. Or there being a huge cavern underneath Fuyuki, you know? Stuff with realism.
As a reminder, she is not a mage. She knows nothing about the cavern under Fuyuki.
But I thought the story just now was quite realistic. What actually happened was that the real murderer was Mr. A, and he hid the girl's corpse inside the wall in the hallway, correct? Kane-chan, I think that defeats the purpose of a ghost story. You wanted me to tell a realistic story? Makidera, what do you think a ghost story is supposed to be? Well, conspiracy theories are Tosaka's domain. If you want to hear one, why don't you wait until it's her turn? Nothing like that. I don't really know any that would suit Makidera-san's taste.
Tosaka counters elegantly. That's her usual manners at this sort of gathering.
Sorry. How about Mato? I once heard from a first year that Captain Mato can be surprisingly frightening. Me? It's not that I like scary stories exactly. I'm just good with them. By the way, Mitsuzuri-senpai, who told you that? Sakura, you have to understand that that is a scary part.
She lets out quietly. No one here knows that Tosaka Rin and Matosakura are sisters yet. I don't mind you having a good time, but we just started. Do you want to continue or not? Personally, I think this meeting will have to be suspended if Makidera is going to continue causing a ruckus.
Yeah, it's not being considerate to the sleeping monks. If Makidera promises to stop screaming, let's continue. I wasn't trying to be nosy. To be noisy. All I did was offer constructive criticism of Mitsuzuri's boring story. But are you going to criticize the next one too? That's the problem. I do realize that asking Makidera to control herself is about as hopeless as asking someone to stop breathing. So, what do you say? Can you stop breathing? Yeah, I can. The second best thing I'm good at after track is swimming. See? Let's continue. Isn't it Saegusa-san's turn? Okay. But I've never told a ghost story before. It's alright. Don't worry about trying to scare us. The tasteless story Ayako told us was actually based on a real event. Makidera-san was scared because she probably knew about what happened in Semina Apartments. Really? Yes, there was an actual family suicide in Semina Apartments. The fact that 1 month later, the young man living next door went missing and the police were asked to start an investigation is also true. Stop. Stop! Mr. A went on a journey of self-discovery for some reason, a wonderful reason. He'll come back one day when he becomes a big man. How dare you make up a weird reason for the disappearance of such a great guy? You're rotten to the core, Mitsuzuri Ayako. Did Mr. A really vanish? Yes, a resident from the same apartment said so. Right, Miss Mitsuzuri? That's how it is. I guess I didn't need to dramatize it that much. It probably would have been enough to just tell the actual rumors. Makidera is a scaredy cat, so Saegusa-san should try something along the same lines. Stories about ghosts that you might have heard from somebody, maybe? Oh, I know a bunch. Does everybody know about the ghost in the window? It started as a rumor that spread in the second semester. What's that? This is the first time I've heard of it. The one about the shadow in a haunted western house? I think I heard first-year students in the archery club mention it before. Yes, that haunted house. There is this abandoned western-style house somewhere in Fuyuki. And if you go there when it's dark, a shadow from a window on the second floor will stare back at you. Huh? What kind of shadow, Yukichi? And what do you mean by a house somewhere in Fuyuki? I don't really know myself. I think it's a mansion that people usually avoid. I heard someone actually saw it though. That person got lost and eventually came upon a western-style house that was surrounded by trees. Ilya's house?
Sounds like it.
There were no signs of people living there, but there was a woman's ghost on the second floor. An abandoned mansion with a lady inside? Isn't that Tosaka's place? Tosaka! Your house is being turned into a haunted mansion! So that's what it was. I'm sorry, Tosaka-san. Is that really your house? You don't have to apologize, Saegusa-san. This isn't the first time that my house has been treated like that. I've already gotten used to baseless slander like Makidera's.
Baseless slander wouldn't be entirely accurate. The Tosaka residence is actually a type of haunted house.
Okay then, let's talk about Shinto instead. There's a story that lately in the evening in Shinto, you can see a huge string-like thing in the sky.
Unsure of herself, Saegusa Yukika looks at the crowd. I'd say that she's looking for witnesses.
Did anyone see any string-like things? I have heard about this before, but unfortunately, I have yet to encounter anything otherworldly. When you say sky, do you mean the evening sky? This wouldn't happen to be about a shadow on top of the center building? Aha! That's a pretty specific example. Now I've heard the story of the red figure on top of the center building a lot, but I think Sahagusa-san's story is different.
There's something mysterious about the way Mitsuzuri Ayako looks at Tosaka. As if she knows the truth behind that. Tosaka prefers wearing red, makes a sour face. It's been half a year since the Fifth Holy Grail War ended. That means she's probably still patrolling the area at night.
Mukidera-senpai, have you seen it? Nope, but it has to be a UFO. I knew it. Makidera, you have no idea what a ghost story is. Looks like it. What we're doing right now is occult, not cosmic. I hate to tell you this, Maki, but there won't be any of your favorite moo stories tonight. Heck, I don't read those kinds of funny out-of-whack books. They're seriously dumb. Well, those dumb parts are in a way irresistible. Now, how about the mirage in the Shinto sky?
Everyone shakes their heads. Unfortunately, there are no witnesses. However, I'm getting the feeling from a little bit ago, how should I put it? On the topic of rumors, there's one more from me. Everyone has heard about the castle built in the forest on the outskirts of Fuyuki, right? It seems like there's been a new addition to that story. Okay, so they were just talking about Rin's house earlier, and that... When someone enters, spirits of the old Imperial Army materialize and send them off to the battlefield. After overcoming many obstacles, the heroes stay overnight at the Phantom Castle and are looked after by two maid sisters or something like that. Huh?
Ryudo-kun, did the dream melt your brains by chance?
Why, you... I do think it's abnormal, but there have been people who have seen it. If you think I'm lying, you should go there yourself, alone. Perhaps this is a hint about an event in this game. Oh yeah, I should mention, this game is similar to Kagetsu Toya in that it's non-linear and has... you can go to different places at different times of day and all that. Crap. This is funny.
So, what does Emiya think about Ryudo's tall tale?
By the way, the voices have been playing, so maybe we don't need to do that every time.
Cool.
Huh. Okay, nice. Mitsuzuri shifts the conversation to me. Up until now, I've just been just an observer. Oh well, I had been keeping my mouth shut because they don't know how to comment on this, but there's no way Issei would be making things up. Ryudo Temple is close to the forest, so it might actually be there, surprisingly. It's not that I have no idea what it might be. Putting that aside for the moment, I feel bad about breaking the conversation, but I've got to go to the bathroom. Bathroom break, sorry. I'll be coming back without you guys realizing it, so just go on. I'll be there to scare Makidera when you get to a good part.
Ugh. Whatever, try it if you can. I'm also ladies. I can't lose to Emiya.
There goes Makidera as usual, reacting in a weird way. Ever since I started having lunch with Tosaka, Makidera has been acting like this all the time. Funny thing is, half the characters in that scene got more lines there than the entirety of Fate Stay Night.
Yeah, like I didn't know most of them.
Nearly all of them were just in the prologue with Rin, like in one scene.
Today we get to see their faces now.
We did see their faces for one scene.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I had forgotten about it too. I actually mentioned it when we did the prologue that I had forgotten they had designs in that game.
Like I only remember basically the rival friend.
Yeah, it's chilly outside. The night air on the mountain is cold and crisp, unlike in the city. Exposed to the cool air, my unclear head and ambiguous thoughts become more defined, waking me up. Ugh. Looking up at the night sky, I let out a heavy sigh. I've already walked some 20 meters away from the room. Huh? Away from the room, huh? It's not every day I find myself trying to think about something for no reason in a temple's passage. Now then, what should I try contemplating first? Maybe I should try organizing my thoughts on how things ended up being like this. Speaking of things happening to me recently, there's the story of today's training camp. It involves the upcoming cultural festival. Sakura, who's working hard as the captain of the archery club, meets Zuri, who is looking out for her, and the strange relationship with the track and field club. At the end of a complicated argument, little by little, the training camp was being set up for the cultural festival. Issei offered the location, and I was invited as hard labor. Basically, I'm in charge of the food. Life's as hectic as ever, but at least things are peaceful. 6 months ago, there was a battle for the Holy Grail, with all the consequences. In that battle, something was lost and something was gained. It's been enough time to look back and reflect on those events. I've settled down. The Holy Grail War is a thing of the past. There's no reason for another conflict to spark in Fuyuki. The Holy Grail is gone, and servants have vanished. The dead won't return, and life continues without problems. There's no need for these days to change. The factors linking them together are almost there. Linking is similar tomorrow with yesterday, and enjoying this slight change is the proper way of life for a person. My thoughts stop. I'm certain there's another reason for the training camp. What was it? Pretty sure there was something standing towards the corner of my vision just now. In the direction of the temple grounds. It's too far off to get a good look, but there's a human figure running towards the back hill. Did you catch who that was, Misaki?
Oh yes, totally not a person who's gonna scam us with chocolate.
Wait, is there a choice here? No, okay. It's probably a monk or somebody from the temple. We aren't the only ones in Ryudo Temple. I really shouldn't be worried by random people. That's right, but more importantly, the bathroom. Increasing my pace, I jogged down the hallway. Whoops. I just bumped into someone coming in from around the corner. Oh, excuse me.
My apologies. I was dazing off for a bit.
What was that about the servants disappearing?
Yeah.
My mind freezes. By the way, this is the first time we've had like art that shows her face. Like we had the CG once, I think, but yeah, she's always had her hood on for these images. I'm too surprised to even know what I'm surprised about.
Careful too. Running in the hall is bad manners, boy.
Castor walks past me. She's as refined and sarcastic as always, but seeing her face unhooded is quite rare. However, what was I so surprised about? Oh right, Castor sure is a beauty. This monologue restarts my frozen mind, and I keep on going. I clear my head. Having finished my business, I'm back in the guest room. And thus, Yahachi was resurrected. The mother's mad desire once again desired to once again see her beloved son, abused to death by the villagers, had resurrected the dead. However, the resurrected Yahachi was missing many vital parts. He had no arms, no legs, no entrails, no brain. To get replacements for the missing parts every night from the captured villagers she locked away, she would. Issei's eyes are gleaming. I expected no less from the son of a monk. When it comes to graveyards, corpses, and karma, he has no rival. It goes without saying how Makidara would react, but the ghost story expert Himuro, Mitsuzuri, and even Tosaka are silently getting ready for the conclusion. Wait, Kozuki's there too? It's the same with everyone. Hold on, there was something weird just now. Kusugi-sensei is also quietly listening to Issei's story. Our brief leader, Fujine.
Why do you think tigers are tough? They've got anti-horror story genes, that's why. You guys don't have any, so you've got to build up resistance to them.
She is set on the verge of tears. Now she's already asleep. I think this is what they call abdication of leadership. But since she couldn't let a meeting of a crowd of young people in the dark go unmonitored, she asked Kusugi-sensei to take the reins of authority. And so the dead Yahachi gained a mind. Alas, by the time Yahachi could finally call his mother's name, he had passed away. The Black Guards had consumed his mother. Yahachi was saddened. He could no longer feel so much joy over living once more, and all he had was the grief of the mother who withstood such agony to revive him. And so Yahachi would attempt to resurrect his mother just like she did him, but no matter how many times he tried, he failed. No matter how many times he meticulously traversed the path of heresy his mother took, no matter how many mountains of villagers' flesh, no matter how many lakes of blood he used, his mother would never be revived.
Why? Zombies are supposed to make other zombies. Give him a break and make some more. It's not weird to have 2 moms or 10 moms nowadays. And why are you talking like an old man, Mr. President of the Student Council?
Why, you stop ruining the mood, Makidara. It's a Ryudo family tradition for the story to be told this way. Ahem. The truth was Yahachi and his mother were different. It was a problem with the boundary. Whatever a black or supernatural art is used, there's one thing that can never be granted. That is, only the living can revive the dead. The dead consuming the dead only create more of the same kind, and they cannot bring them back to life. That gives birth to not to a person, but a flesh-eating monster, and no more. That's a good lesson. It is true that the wishes of the dead cannot be granted. It's always the breath of life that causes things to happen. Even if the deceased were to be granted life once again, without a doubt, the dead cannot ever bring back the dead. It's always been like that. Only the living can bring back the dead. Unaware of that, Yahachi continues to take the blood and flesh of the living for his mother. They say that even to this day, he's still collecting people's limbs at the Ryudo Mountain. This is the story of Ukurozuka Yahachiro and the history of the Kageyama Entrail Graveyard. Issei ends his tale. The candle is blown out. His turn is over.
I admit, you've got me there. I never expected the son of a monk to tell a story about a graveyard while we're staying at a temple. My compliments to your childishness.
Today this is my base camp. To annihilate the infidels, I'll use whatever I can. Who's next? The staple of camping trips, ghost stories, would go around in a circle.
Emiya, you're up. I know it's going to be tough following up after President Ryudo, but do give it a good shot. No need to worry, Mitsuzuri-senpai. Senpai's wonderful at telling ghost stories, right? They're pretty effective at frightening Fujimura-sensei in the summer.
Everyone's eyes focus on me. I've got a couple of ghost stories on me, but this is the first time I've ever told one to this many people. In fact, I don't really like telling stories in the first place. I can't do the weird dramatization, and I can't really tell if they're good or not.
Relax, Emiya-kun. Just imagine you're in your storehouse, like always. You'll be fine.
Well, now I feel awkward. Oh well. It's really not like me, but this is a part of a festival to wrap up this great trip. Okay, here's a long one. Doing something I usually wouldn't. I start telling my story for the first time. An extract is made from the middle. Hmm. Heavens Feel Back Night 1.
Man, this is giving me vibes of that one summer event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with our sent by you.
For an unknown. Oh, for an unknown period of time, I was crashing down. You take this.
Not a single moan escapes me. My throat has been pierced by a rotting branch. My tongue was the first to be pulled out. My vocal organs have been carefully destroyed to silence me. I have no body to struggle in pain. My limbs have been completely severed. It's as if only my heart is still living.
I'm actually trying to remember what the scene is. I might be skipping ahead, but we'll just continue like this for now.
My body stopped working long ago, but my sense of pain alone has yet to fail me. Living and being in pain are one and the same. As long as I continue to exist, even as only a heart, the pain won't end. For a long time, I have been left in this sunny spot. It is hope at its highest and despair at its deepest. How idiotic. It must be some detestable figment of my imagination, a misunderstanding coming from my insufficient awareness and inadequate experience. I repeat the cycle of pain and relief. It reminds me of the exercise repetitions I supposedly experienced in my childhood. Up to heaven, down to hell, west, east. It's not painful to have no limbs, to lose myself bit by bit. I'm just scared. I'm scared of being nothing. I can't bear the lie of ceasing to be anything. If nothing comes from this, then this is nothing more than suffering for the sake of suffering. My body is on the verge of death. While desperately wishing to die, I frantically wish to continue living. That contradiction. Men of older times called it hell.
I wonder if I can hear the silver-colored song.
To be honest, I didn't want to die.
For a long time, she was in a state of suspended animation.
Something. Click, click. It sounds like pebbles hitting each other and is somehow rhythmical, reminding me of a lively polka. With an absent mind, I listen only to that sound.
Okay, I know who's narrating now. It's, I guess I shouldn't say who it is yet, but it's a woman.
Where am I? I can't remember. No, I don't feel like remembering. My indolence is embarrassing. It's ridiculous how I'm awake, but my mind and will are still asleep. I strain my lumbering head and limbs and crack the whip at my mullish body. Pushing my arms downwards, I slightly prop up my body that was lying face down. I seem to be on a couch. How long have I been sleeping? When I try to recall where I am in the first place, my forehead is struck by severe pain. I feel dizzy. It's almost like the morning after a bout of heavy drinking. I have a bad habit of showing off by drinking all night despite being a weak drinker, but luckily, there isn't a trace of alcohol inside me. Where is this? While still mentally unfocused and unsteady, I check my surroundings. I ought to be in a mansion. I don't recognize it, but I can't recall why I'm here and why I've been asleep until now. Click, click, click. The sound continues. There's no clock. It's pitch black outside. My gut is telling me it's past midnight. Inside there's... No, I can't see at all. Not only do my arms and legs feel heavy, but my vision has also been weakened, it appears. I know the layout of the room, but it's too blurry for me to get a good view of it. Still, I attempt to grasp my current situation and finally... Huh? I finally noticed that in front of me.
You recognize that silhouette?
Wow, he was born here. Someone is sitting with his back faced toward me. A man? It's too dark for my weakened vision, so I can't quite make it out.
By the way, I think this is why his first form is a silhouette in FGO.
I can still tell that it is the shadow of a man. The man is sitting and looking downward. He is in a reading posture and pays no notice to me. It looks as if he is engrossed with something. What is he doing? I slowly push myself up and look at his hands. It was easier for my arms and legs to recover than it was for my mental ability and vision. Once I start moving, my mobility will increase the more I move. It's not a book that he's occupied with. I believe it's a picture puzzle?
I hate those things.
Simple game, with the picture broken up into 16 pieces. One of the pieces is removed and the rest are shuffled and then moved into the open block to bring it back into the original picture, I think. It's an amusement aimed at children that everybody has picked up at least once. He's still occupied with the puzzle. I stop looking at him and raise myself up to a sitting position on the sofa.
Yo, finally awake, master?
He says, as if he was an old friend of mine. Master. I'm startled by my mumbled voice.
Huh? What, are you still half asleep? Come on, get up. You look dead. Where'd all the discipline of yours go?
He laughs viciously. His voice is irritating, but I don't feel any anger. Stunned, I look at him in confusion. Why am I... The question came first. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember why I'd been asleep. He furrows his eyebrows, odd, considering I can't see very well, and points to the corner of the room. There is an old, dull mirror in the corner.
Take a look for yourself. After all, you can do everything on your own.
I walk up to the mirror on unsteady feet. There isn't any lighting, and the pale moonlight sharpens the darkness. There's a cloudy mirror abandoned for many, many years in this godforsaken mansion. In it, looking at me stunned, is unmistakably myself. My voice slips out. This doesn't make any sense. Why am I startled at seeing the body that I'd grown up with for more than 20 years? Dark red hair and eyes.
Dark red. Usually, like, full color images, she's more purple, but whatever.
An unlikable figure useful only for intimidating others. An armor of male attire that denies any femininity. This is me, the same plain old Bazette Fraga McRemitz.
Does the name Bizette ring a bell? Are you familiar with her?
I think she's on a craft essence, that's it.
Yeah, yeah. I believe she's actually going to be the Valentine's servant next year.
Oh, cool. And yet, I am still startled. I can feel that there is something wrong with the figure shown in the mirror. As if there is something extra, as if something that ought to be there is missing. Just as that paradoxical notion entered my mind.
You back to normal yet? In that case, time to go a killin'. It's not our style to lose all the time, eh, master?
With that one word, he erased the small doubt that something was out of place. Master. Why had I forgotten that word? The battle for a miracle, 7 magi putting their lives on the line. The master of the ultimate familiar wielding the Holy Grail. That is why I'm here. To participate in the great ritual known as the Holy Grail War of this Asian island country. The Holy Grail is a holy artifact said to grant the wishes of its master, but there is yet to be one who would obtain the true Holy Grail. It is ultimately no more than a legend. The Holy Grail summoned in Fuyuki is an imitation based on this legend. However, though it may not be the original, as long as it is a powerful artifact that grants wishes, it is called a Holy Grail. To the Magi, the matter of the true and false is the lesser of issue. The main concern is whether or not that imitation is powerful. In that case, the Holy Grail Fuyuki could be said to be of a great concern.
Oh, wait. Wait, who's... Oh, okay. I guess it's just... I think she's reciting a quote or something.
726 Holy Grail, summoned in that land, has the potential to become the real one. In the name of the order we seek, keep it away from the world of man. That was the decision of the Mages Association, an organized self-defense body for the concealment of magic.
726.
That's a big number. The Holy Grail War of this land is a competition between magi. There is a limit to the number of participants. The association was only allowed 1 seat. The person to be chosen was one who was a specialist at combat. A person that was suited to use magic not for the sake of academia, but as a weapon. It is a Far Eastern Island country's ritual, one that has nothing to do with the faction struggles within the association, and is nothing but a nuisance. A battle where defeat is not allowed, but victory would bring no glory. I was selected for that very battle. This meant using an artifact passed down within my family as a summoning catalyst from a servant. Carrying the burden of the prestige and trust of the association and the means to fight, I departed.
About to do a voice. We're not worried in the slightest. Wouldn't you agree, Bazette Fraga McGremitz? You're an excellent Magus. There's no one better than you in combat. If there were, your position here would become shaky.
Laughing spitefully, they saw me off. As they said, it was only in combat that they had absolute faith in me, as well as derision. God's holder.
Tradition carrier.
The other name I'm called by, an ability in magic making use of the old blood passed down in my lineage, that determined who I am. Yes, I joined the Holy Grail War as a master.
By the way, in case that comes up again, I believe that's meant to be read like furigana, where it's spelled God's holder, but it's pronounced tradition carrier.
Okay.
Yeah.
To fight in and win the war as a Magus of the Association. That is my mission. That alone should have been my mission. But why? I have a vague feeling that I was looking for something other than the Holy Grail. Something or someone. If that was the case, There may have been someone I wanted to meet more than getting the Holy Grail. I can't remember. What happened to me in the last few days? I know who I am, but what happened later? What happened since I came to Fuyuki is a blur. I remember joining the battle as a master. I remember patrolling the city with my servant. But there are still many blanks. The last few days, that's right. My memory of everything that has happened since I came to the city has been clouded. Why have I been sleeping in this house in the first place?
Hello? How long are you planning to space out, lady? We don't have all day. Let's go wrap things up.
The figure that is speaking to me. He is a servant, a being given form from the summoning of a legendary hero, what is called a heroic spirit. They are the most powerful familiars that a human being can control. There's a path between master and servant to supply magical energy. My magical energy, or to be more direct, my life energy, is what powers that servant. I can tell that my body is acting as a wedge that pins this servant to this plane of existence. He is definitely my servant. But still, was this the servant I summoned? Are you my servant? I asked while struggling with this headache.
Say what?
The servant rose up and is now staring at me, finally noticing that something is amiss.
Oh, hey lady. From the look of you, I'm gonna guess that you're still not ready to fight.
The shadow sways almost like a flame. I can feel it in my guts. This man may be my servant, but he is certainly not on my side. This is the sort of wild animal that would kill his master to become free as soon as he gets a chance. The relationship between master and servant is not based on trust among employer and employee. It is only a relationship of cooperation, based on mutual gains and losses. Letting down one's guard, showing even the slightest weakness, means risking being stabbed in the back that very instant.
Hey, your concerned partner is asking you a question. You're supposed to answer.
Yes, I suppose I should. To be quite honest, my abilities have suffered a decline. There's no hindrance to movement, but my mind is in disarray. In particular, my memory of yesterday is vague. There's no benefit in hiding the cloudiness in my memory. I look back at the servant and reveal my current disorder. However, I didn't reveal what had to be hidden. I cannot tell him that my vision has weakened, nor that my memory is not vague, but rather missing. These are my current weaknesses. If I told him, that servant would immediately bare his fangs at me. The best I can do is behave normally while getting information from the servant and trying to recover my memory.
Your memory's vague. You summoned me, but you don't have a clue about the Holy Grail or yourself? Cut me some slack, lady. It would have been 10 times better off hooking up with a complete rookie.
No, I know very well who I am. I remember summoning you, as well as joining the Holy Grail War as a master. But as vague as what happened afterwards. For example, I just cannot seem to remember why I was sleeping here. Without showing any signs of weakness, I tell him the truth. Whether it worked or not, the taint of suspicion that the servant had been carrying grew fainter. I will repeat myself. Why was I sleeping here?
How the hell should I know? You're the one who said you were gonna use this place as a safe house. And you're the one who said you were gonna take a nap because you were tired after summoning me. Ring a bell?
Yes. Before coming to Fuyuki, I did investigate suitable safe houses as potential bases at the association. Among the ones I checked, yes, this mansion should have been one of those. My mind grows hazy. When I try to recall what happened, I start to feel faint. I shouldn't push myself too hard right now. I have to hear what happened from the servant. Yes, I was the one that decided to use this mansion as a safe house. I remember that. And then I summoned you. I remember indistinctly that this happened. I did form a contract with a servant in this mansion.
Right. Then you fell right asleep. You just told me your name and said something like, "Don't do anything until I wake up."
Thanks to you, I've been sitting here all day.
Oh, wait, no, it's still. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oops.
Thanks to you, I've been sitting here all day. Why do I have to take a back seat when I get called here to do some killing?
Only my name? No, more importantly, what the servant is saying is dangerous. It is very reassuring that he loves fighting, but it will be a problem if he loves it more than it is necessary. Wait, we did not even discuss a basic battle plan?
Nope, probably didn't need to. We probably already checked out this city beforehand. Other stuff like what the Holy Grail War is supposed to be was knocked into my head the moment they got summoned. The point is just to kill other masters faster, better, any way possible. Don't need no advice on that. Yeah, lady, stop looking at me like that. You're freaking me out. Did I say something that pissed you off?
Yes, it appears that we both lack an understanding of each other. It irritates me that my servant could be so thoughtless. I am a magus representing the association, and I have no intention of being the master of a wild animal. I stare and try to intimidate him.
Whatever.
What? Said the servant, averting his eyes.
But if it's an understanding that's what you're after, I think you're wasting your time.
He mutters as if it doesn't concern him.
Okay, I'll listen. What kind of fighting does Her Highness, the representative of the association, prefer?
We will conduct matters secretly and avoid pointless battles. First, priority will be given to obtaining information on hostile masters. After understanding the atmosphere of this Holy Grail War, we will consider the appropriate order of who to defeat first, and then proceed defeating each magus one by one. Those were the orders received from the association. First, I have to gather information on the three families that administer the Holy Grail War: Ainsburn, Tosaka, and Makiri. An investigation of the remaining three masters will proceed afterwards. It may be possible to convince Magi to abandon their master status. There also may be other outstanding Magi that ought to be taken into custody by the association. Besides, to act without proper information is an embarrassment for a magus of the association.
Huh? I'm not your errand boy. Master, if you spot an enemy, you kill him. We're all in the killing business together. Once you come across one, you can't get away, and you won't let him get away.
I didn't need him to tell me that. I feel the same way, but I can't disobey the orders of the association. Do as I say. The association exists to conceal the supernatural. We cannot afford to cause a disturbance. Also, an unruly fight will only lead to the deaths of innocent bystanders. It is an absolute condition that we obtain the Holy Grail, but we must avoid involving the civilians of the city. This is not only a matter of the Mages Association. The Holy Church also has involvement in the Holy Grail War. Should any damage be brought to the city, they will vigorously move in to conceal it to ensure the smooth continuance of the ritual. There is a limit to this, however. Last time, in the Fourth War, there was a master that killed indiscriminately and daily. The priest monitoring viewed the master as an enemy and penalized him severely.
I believe he's talking about Castor's master.
Oh.
So you're saying we go by methods over means. I can't figure out how, but it's better not to kill in order to win.
This is not to win. I'm a magus. If necessary, I will kill. However, as a human being, there are minimum standards that should be observed.
Oh, that's sort of... how do I put it?
He sounds enthusiastic. I'm unenthusiastic. The servant apathetically breathes out and...
Lady, how about using a command spell? Say something like, "Don't disobey me," because if you don't, I think I might kill you first.
I gulp. He is serious. He doesn't care about what would happen next. The rule of cooperating with a master for his own protection doesn't apply to him. This bastard is seriously aiming for my throat. The servant told me to use a command spell to stop him. 3 absolute rights of order that a master has. Powerful spells given by the Holy Grail. A master's trump card that can only be used 3 times, but ensures that any command is followed. For that reason, I answered him immediately. I refuse. I have never heard of a master being ordered by a dog. Anyone who gets killed by their own dog does not deserve to be called its master. You are my servant. I am the one that tells you how to move and when you march off to die. I force back his bloodlust with my own. No matter what, if I use a command spell for something as frivolous as this, I had no future in this war. I clench my right fist and start carving runes into the floor with my heel, to be able to intercept an assault at any time.
I see. Okay. Let me try having a change of heart. Okay, I'm your servant. I'll listen to my owner.
The servant gave in easily. It's, how should I put it, anticlimactic? And my heart was beating in excitement at the feeling that a battle was going to break out, so I could learn how powerful servants were.
What now? You still got a problem?
No, but do you really understand what I said?
Yeah, keep the deaths to a minimum, right? That's your policy. I got it. Anything else? You got something else to say?
There are many things I want to say in detail, but I have nothing else to say regarding the general plan. The rest I can do by giving orders depending on the situation.
Okay then, let's go. I've seriously gotten sick of being here.
The servant prods me to go out. I am still physically unstable, but I am curious about what is going on outside. Anyway, after sleeping for such a long time, I want to move around freely a bit. I understand. I will make more detailed modifications to our strategy depending on what we encounter. I regain myself. For the time being, I'll leave Rock behind. There are limits to that sword, and I can't use it fully in my current state. After I locate the other masters, I can think about who to use it on. Plus, bringing a sword outside to walk around, that's gonna look sus.
But I've got to say this, lady. Keep the deaths to a minimum, huh? I like the sound of that. Yeah, it'd be great if I could do that.
The servant repeats cheerfully. If you still have complaints, say them. If you have any opinions about my strategy, let's settle it here.
I told you, I get the point. I'm not going to pick a fight with you yet since you're so scary. But look, Master, that's not going to be possible. All the stuff about killing people or getting bystanders involved is beside the point. This town ain't going to last longer than 4 days, no matter how hard you try.
No longer than 4 days? What did you say?
You'll understand when you step outside. But you're getting worked up over stopped mattering a long time ago. The humans living here have been getting wiped out by these mysterious things pouring out daily.
Mysterious things? Ridiculous. You're just saying nonsense because my memory is...
You'll understand when you step outside. Seeing is believing.
The servant stifles his laughter. As I stand bewildered, the black shadow takes my hand and starts walking.
Come, let's continue the Holy Grail War, Bezette Fraga McGrimmets. To find your wish, this time for sure.
The house was built on top of a high hill. It lies hidden within a forest, separated from any human habitation.
Wait a minute. A house in the middle of a forest.
It doesn't look like Ilia's, though.
No, but there was another one. Where the first H scene happened.
Oh, so this is the place. My head aches. I had thought that breathing out the outside air would clear myself, more or less, but instead, the cold night air only clouds my thoughts further.
What's wrong, Master? Still too early for you to get out?
The servant pokes fun at me. I shake my head and keep going. My mind is still sluggish. The bright moonlight seems to be the source of my disorientation. It's quiet. Of course, it's past 2 a.m., but the city is abnormally silent even for this time. It slightly resembles my own hometown. The port town I I spent my childhood in. At night, the tide would come into the town, and people would shut themselves in their houses as if they were afraid. The empty city was almost like a ship sunk at the bottom of the ocean, prompting a younger me to want to run away from that place. I must have felt that everybody would have forgotten that I existed if I'd stayed like that, at the bottom of the ocean. I couldn't help thinking about the old gods that nobody remembered anymore, sharing the same cursed fate. And now, Fuyuki is being submerged into the ocean depths, too. The atmosphere is different from the one I remember. It is too quiet. It might as well be an abandoned city. Regardless, only the presence of life is evident. I could feel almost countless numbers of creatures breathing. Surrounding me is an aura that I have never felt before. Mysterious
things.
is what my servant said. I don't want to admit it, but it seems that there is credibility to what he says.
Ooh, wonder what's that?
We have been walking for some 2 hours. The servant stops in his tracks and is now gazing at the particular residence.
Well, I've been around this area before, but to think there was still someone who didn't get the hint to leave.
He speaks with an impressed tone. The house he's looking at is nothing more than a regular building. If there is anything that distinguishes it from the other residences, it is the one fact that the lights are on.
Stay here. You're not ready, right? I'll go take a look first.
The servant starts walking towards it on his own accord. I try to chase after him. Pathetically, I am thrown off by the moonlight. I've got to be honest here. I can't speak for the other servants.
This is him talking. I gotta be honest here. I can't speak for the other servants, but see, me? I didn't feel like doing this from the get-go. High-level magic, the summoning of beings purified into the level of legend, and the giving of form to them to make them familiars. That's what servants are. Not something so cheap as just borrowing a piece of the power of the heroic spirits. No, it's actually a projection of the guy himself. Resurrection just for the Holy Grail War. A clone with a short lifespan. A guardian of humanity reborn into the modern era. Sounds nice and dandy. Autonomous weapons are pretty convenient, right? Except replicating even what's on the inside is going a little too far, don't you think? A familiar being able to think doesn't do anyone any good. That goes double for servants. Suppose there's a familiar more powerful than its master. Now let's say it can think for itself. There's no reason why it won't revolt. I was lucky enough to be summoned by a master that was my type of woman. Personally, I'm satisfied with her, but it looks like I'm going to be doing some disobeying. Why? Well, why not? I might not have any complaints about the boss, but I've got a hell of a lot to say about society. Okay, Joker. I feel like shit. Like, I was left hanging in the morgue. Back when I was alive, the world was still lively. Nowadays, it's old and dying. Got a few 100 million years left before it kicks the bucket. and it's too late to do anything about it. Being one of those fellows that knew what she was like back in the old days, it wouldn't be right not to be a little angry over her current predicament. Excuse me. And all that. Of course, it was pretty obvious that she'd be clean dry one of these days, but damn, that was fast. Now, there's a part of me that's got to hate my own species for that filthiness, but another part of me wants to pat them on the back at the same time. The power of humanity is incredible. Oh, how morals have come and gone in the blink of an eye. Makes me wonder just how many new generations of humanity have been born and how many have been wiped out. Given how fast they are, it's too bad how they haven't come up with a kind of evolution that's environmentally friendly. But I hand it to these hominids. They sure did a great job at amplifying a ready-made system instead of finding a new kind of cycle. That means there's no future ahead. So if they could buy a little more time, it'd be nice if they'd come up with some new kind of improvement to keep going. They've already gone to all the trouble of destroying this much. Where do we want to go? Why have we exhausted the land? Was this good? Was this bad? I want results that anyone can understand, even if the answer is that it was a failure. I don't mind one bit. Oh man, I've really got to wonder what the others are thinking. Those of heroic spirit status might have feelings of animosity towards this era. Then again, heroic spirits are summoned to be on humanity's side, so that would mean they approve of whatever result humanity brings out, just like how I do the opposite of that. Let's say there was this godlike absolute being as a force of good. Let's say that he was summoned here in this day and age. Now, what would he do? Would he approve of it? Would he act to protect us? If he approves, we face extinction. If he protects us, he'll watch on. A sane heroic spirit would choose the latter. One of the few screws loose would happily lend a hand, and another would, with only one screw left, would get excited at making the world a better place. Something like, I'm going to save the world. Wow, I don't ever want to meet that kind of guy, let alone fight him. Now, as for me, there's only one thing I can do either way. I may be a heroic spirit, but I'm not that strong. Take a look at all the legends in the world, and you still won't find anybody weaker than me. Yay, I'm number 1. You're damn lucky, Master. Can't get any lower than this. Easy to make up a battle plan, since all there is to think about is how to take on the strong. I don't want to think about it, but there's a good chance that lady's stronger than me in pure fighting ability. Heroic spirit getting his ass kicked by a human? Oh boy, I want it to disappear. Yeah, I can't really agree with that lady. Don't cause any deaths, that's what she said. That's the way to go. A Lady Magus of the House of Whatever. Can't expect a finer strategy that reeks of sheltered girl on honor roll. Fighting sense of pure humanity for a master. But hey, I can't do that. All I can do is kill. Honestly, a bloodless victory is a pain in the ass. I'm already the weakest. I'm not going to be winning if I'm a goody two-shoes. This thing does have war in the name, so we ought to be relying on the slaughter techniques that man had so painstakingly developed. Servants are one thing, but masters are humans. It'd be way easier to take them out with mines and explosions like last time. Well, times have changed. Last time, things were a lot more chaotic, weren't they? Life was cheaper back then, but now... This time, things are different. The Mages Association is watching oh so painstakingly close. Plus, the system of public safety that modern man has created is not too shabby. If I run wild, the other masters will figure out where Bazette is. Now, I don't mind finishing off a horde of people nice and fast, but consecutive fighting on consecutive nights is going to exhaust me, so I want to avoid that. On that point, the part of Bazette's strategy about not going overboard is fine with me. So I'll try my best to follow the Master's plan, like a good servant would. Well then, with that out of the way, let's turn back to what we have now.
Wait, what are you going to do?
Ignoring my hesitant master's voice, I'm heading to the house. I don't have to bother checking. fact that the lights are on means that there are live humans inside. Unfortunately, I don't have any humans or heat detecting abilities. My servant skills can be summed up as nothing. That's okay. What's inside there is human. I dematerialize myself and pass through the front door. I manifest my weapons and go towards the people in the living room. Let's finish this, fast and cruel, like always. Now, for all I know, there could be some accident like the strongest ultra-humanoid in all of human history is inside and has powers that surpass a heroic spirit. No problem whatsoever. It may be the weakest, but I can defeat the most powerful human being. Why? Because it's not something to brag about, but when it comes down to dealing with humans, I'm the strongest. What? Blood splashes up in the air. The inhabitants are dead. One middle-aged man, 2 boys, 1 granny, 1 old man holding a blood-stained knife. Oh, he's still alive. What the hell? What a letdown. By the time I broke in, it was already over. His breath is ragged and heavy. Oh hey, it's his noble phantasm. The mad culprit who massacred those 4. He doesn't pay attention to me. Probably because he wants to take out the last geezer. He. The geezer backs himself up and to the wall and is desperately shaking his head. The murder scene and the method are pretty grisly to look at. The bodies are ravaged beyond recognition. Blood, flesh, and entrails are splendidly scattered about. The choking stench of life, a living space splattered here and there. The end roll for the Brady Bunch. I have to assume that was a different reference to Japanese. Damn clean for a murder scene. No, not one little flaw. And after all, it was murder for the murder's sake. No robbing, no raping, no hungering. Not one bit of that here. Somebody help! I'll save him since he asked. Since it was a surprise blow from behind, the murderer is easily killed. After that, I'm back to my regular job. By the time I ran into that house, it was all over. Oh, no, I think that's Bizette now.
Could you? There are 5 corpses in the living room. I am able to tell by what appears to be 5 heads severed from the nose. It is a slaughter scene so grotesque that I could not have determined how many there are through any other means.
Sorry about sending things before you got here.
Servant says while standing idly in the pool of fresh blood. In the servant's clenched hand is a warped dagger. A form that seems to be a mix of the fangs and claws of a beast. It is meant to be gripped backhanded. I have never seen a weapon that looked so difficult to use. So that weapon is his noble phantasm, his symbol as a heroic spirit.
Now, don't look at me like that. How about it? Want me to give you the details?
There is no need. The weapon and the wounds on those bodies match well enough. The shadow laughs in agreement. There is no need to investigate any further. The situation told me that the cause of this tragedy was a servant. I have one question. Why did you kill them?
Why ask why? I did it for you. I was just looking for the jackpot. Looking one by one is not different at all as killing them one by... Looking one by one is not different at all as killing them one by one. The point is to make sure there are no witnesses, right? Right, so if we keep wiping them out like this, we'll run into a master eventually.
You... This guy, he hadn't listened to anything I said. I was prepared to accept some sacrifices once I went into battle. I'm a magus and I'm no different from a murderer. However, still, I never desired this kind of meaningless sacrifice. Do you enjoy killing people?
Huh? Don't be dumb. It's not like I like doing this. I'm doing the best I can for what you wanted me to do. Now look, just because I look like a human, don't go thinking I am one. When when you get to it, aren't servants supposed to be tools for this kind of thing?
You have not answered my question. I asked you, do you enjoy killing people? I glare at the servant. Holding that warped dagger, the servant.
Not one bit. First of all, if I kill them, I miss out on a lot of fun I could have been having with them.
Mhm. He directed a repugnant laugh, as if he wanted me to share in his amusement. You bastard! How dare you call yourself a heroic spirit? I can't restrain myself. It's strange. I've seen people like him countless times, yet without any reason, I feel disgust at this man's way of life. It somehow feels as if this man alone must not be forgiven.
I can say the same for you, lady. If you don't like killing, you shouldn't have become a master. Seriously, it's a turnoff. Man, what a waste of a good show. I was so hoping it would cheer you up, too.
I see. I apologize, but I cannot ever meet your expectations on that front. I'm now convinced we are not going to get along with each other. You're the type of person I hate the most. I turn my hostility towards my own servant. I direct hatred similar to annoyance at the person I have to gain trust from first. I'm not acting right. The immaturity of showing my feelings and hating someone should have been discarded long ago.
Heh, that's fine. Basically, I hate all things, too. It pisses me off if you let your guard down, so it suits me fine. I think you call this one... I think you can call this one way of getting along.
The servant shows no sign of caring. I hate him and he doesn't think anything of me. So, there'll be no cause for friction even if we despise each other, as we have no plans to bond.
You know, though, I kind of like your type.
Except, he just said something odd. Why? You said you hate everything. As your master, I know what kind of servant you are. Your course of action is not that of someone who is fond of humans.
Well, for now, I just say you're my type of woman. I don't like you, but I got some affection for you.
The reason is because I am a woman.
Not a woman, my type of woman. You're the kind that excites me. You've got the kind of body I like, but parts of you, like the elite schoolgirl, or the one that tries to go by society's norms, it's just painful to look at. You understand me? This here was just me carrying out my one function like it's my job. But you're turning me on enough to make me want to find a real reason to kill you.
The shadow laughs. Intent flows in through our connected path, so dense I can physically feel it. The servant isn't lying. He hates all things. By nature, he sees everything as an object to kill, without reason or reward. There can be no other explanation. Not for this pure hatred that can turn into a curse without having to use the incendiary device of magic, just by existing. But that leaves me with a question. With questions. For someone with as much bloodlust as him, to not kill me earlier doesn't make any sense. About what you said earlier. You said that you would kill me first, but restrain yourself. How did you hold back your lust for me without being under the influence of a command spell?
Huh? Yeah, that's because you're my master. I just made this rule that you're not human. To get right down to it, you just became the only living thing I don't feel like killing. On the outside, you might be a woman, but the inside? Not human at all. You've been categorized outside of my playing range.
That was direct. For some reason, I find this answer incredibly hurtful. You are not going to treat me as a human being? I've heard people say that before, that I'm boring or that I'm not charming. But this has to be the first time I wasn't treated like a woman. Ah, no, he said as a human being. But that is how it sounded to me.
Oh, you can't trust me? This is the best I'm gonna offer. The first and last exception I'm ever gonna make, you know. Shit, you're pissing me off. I'm being serious here. Okay, I get it. You don't want to believe it without something to show for it. Alright, fine. If I give you this, will you trust me?
So he interpreted my silence as suspicion. He tears out a page of a notepad from the blood-soaked desk and writes something on it.
Here you go. Don't give it to anybody else.
Certificate of Exemption from Murder, valid until the end of the Holy Grail War. In well-written Japanese. What is this?
What do you mean, what? It's proof that you're not a person. With this, anybody could tell that I'm not into you. Good for you.
He says, pushing the piece of paper into my hands. Yes, my judgment was correct. This servant and I are hopelessly doomed to not get along. We cannot afford to stay at the murder scene forever. Hurriedly, we leave the residence behind. I have my complaints with my servant acting without my permission, but it is already too late. By continuing to argue with him, the only thing that would result is further mistrust. However, there is one thing I feel that is strange about him. I cannot trust his servant. Masters and servants are linked. Because of that, I can feel that he is fundamentally the kind that enjoys murder and completely kills his opponent ruthlessly, no matter who or what. He is my complete opposite. I complete my missions without leaving room for personal feelings. However, this servant does so only with personal feelings. He operates only on the emotion of wanting to kill people. But despite that...
What, didn't you say you want to leave? Oh, I get it. You're planning on ambushing the other masters dumb enough to investigate this mess, right?
A Magus wouldn't fall for a trap as obvious and I told you that combat is reserved for the second stage. We will proceed with information gathering, remember?
No, I'm betting there will be a stupid rookie around. Like the kind that goes on nightly patrols every night and drops dead. He wouldn't figure out that going around doing his homework would just get him wasted by the other masters. Terminally ill with goodness, ain't he? Oh, that's like half the bad ends in Stay Night.
Pretty much. I ignore my servant's chatter and walk ahead. And yet, despite all of his negative points, I don't feel that the servant is unpleasant. He is the kind of human being that I despise the most. I cannot tolerate him on any level. So why is it that I can't completely hate him? I close my eyes and focus on our link. In exchange for the flowing magical energy, sometimes I feel something very refreshing. A feeling of homesickness rubbing against the heart, a prayer resembling longing. How hollow. The void tells me something.
How ataraxia. By the way, apparently ataraxia is Greek for tranquility, so the title basically means false peace.
Okay. I don't understand the clear reason why, but it tells me this servant will never betray me. It tells me that he will lend me his chaotic will to grant my wish. We resume our patrol. This night we focus our investigation on Shinto. The Shinto investigation ends in about 2 hours. We were unable to detect any traces of magi. In addition, the presence of the mysterious things the servant mentioned was confirmed. A part of me finds it hard to believe, but Fuyuki has indeed completely changed. All over, I can feel an unusual presence. It is as if we are always being watched. The city has begun to come apart at the seams ever so slightly. On a different note, while there are many traces of magical energy, there are absolutely no signs of magic being performed. Which would mean that this isn't the work of a master gathering magical energy. The only feasible possibility is that there is something feeding on the inhabitants of the city, unrelated to the war. No master would benefit from this. Doing this would instead force a halt to the Holy Grail War. I see. If this was an outside Magus that heard about the Holy Grail War, that would mean there is a Magus that desired the Holy Grail but was not chosen as a master. Perhaps out of a twisted desire for vengeance, he is trying to disrupt the ritual? Another possibility was, he made a contract with another association to disrupt the Holy Grail War. Regardless, it is obvious that there is an 8th Magus in Fuyuki.
An 8th one? You're telling me another nuisance popped up?
I cannot say for sure, but there is a high likelihood that it is true. It is clear that an unidentified Magus is trying to intervene in the 5th Holy Grail War. I have no idea what his objective may be, but he was starting off by breaking the rules of the Holy Grail War. It may be best to think of him as not just my enemy, but as the enemy of all the masters.
Oh, so what's this guy like?
He has no confidence in direct combat, but he is skilled at constructing large-scale fields. He is probably more suited for defense rather than offense. He has not studied magic properly, probably. His is a mix of black magic and druid concepts.
No, that's not what I meant. I wanted to know if he's strong or weak.
As a Magus, his skill is elementary, however. The remaining magical energy traces were extremely dense. Magical energy is only fuel to activate magic. By itself, it has no effect. However, there are cases when it can leave behind a form, only limited to those times when magical energy itself bears traits similar to magic. For example, I have heard that the Einsburns gave a personality to their Holy Grail. If that personality has magical energy, then it naturally possesses the magic trait of wish granting. Since its vital activity and its functions as the Holy Grail are likely directly connected to each other, it should be able to perform miracles resembling magic merely by releasing magical energy. The incarnated demons spoken of by the Holy Church also fall into this category. Those that were created as demons rather than as life forms can use a higher level of magic than humans. As magi, our magic circuits are nothing more than pseudo-nerves, an ability that was added later behind our nervous system. However, demons have no need for those. All their organic functions merely serve the purpose of invoking the demonic. I hear the church calls these true demons. Different from imposters that don a hide of human concepts to become a unique identity, they are genuine demons that the Lord had commanded before man would name them, or so I hear.
I actually have the option to switch to Japanese here. I want to see if I can see what word they're using. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. Well. Oh, no. Oh, god damn it. I hit the wrong button. I switched it to full screen. Okay.
The incarnated demons spoken of with... Or this one?
Wait, Oh, no. Oh, okay, this was... Sorry. Yeah, okay, so this is the same line. I thought it was the next line. So... Huh? Okay, they're using kanji, so... I guess it just is demon then. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone.
Regardless, it appears that he is a dangerous interloper. If this Magus is a careless fool, we need not heed attention to him. If, however, he is a freelancer hired by the church, he will be a force to be reckoned with. Now that I think about it, the one who won the previous war was... a freelance magus hired by the Einsburns. His name was Emiya Kiritsugu, a combat magus called in by the Einsburns, who had retired from the front lines by the time I had been assigned to sealing missions. Our occupations may have had the tendency to intrude on each other's territory. Had he still been active, I would likely have fought him numerous times. While the situation is becoming more unstable, I cannot change my policy just because of one more enemy. I will proceed with an investigation of all the masters, causing as little damage to the people of the city as possible. The problem is what to do next. It is obvious that my servant's abilities are low-ranking. In a straight-out fight on pure ability, he will eventually exhaust himself and lose. I have to think of an order of who to fight, but I know very well who our final opponent ought to be. The lineage of Holy Grails, Einsburn. It has been said that they have prepared the most powerful master for this war. In the past, I have fought a homunculus created by the Einsburns. Being a failed creation facing disposal, it ran away from Einsburn territory and survived by scraping out a meager existence in a human city. I was responsible for destroying it, but the results are bitter. Even considering that at the time I was still inexperienced, the Einsburn-produced homunculus was tougher than many magi. The same Einsburns had produced a master for this battle that they believed to be the most powerful. In all honesty, I can't even imagine to see any chance of victory at this stage. Until I discover what tricks the enemy has up their sleeves, fighting against the Einsburns is suicidal. In the forest on the outskirts of the city lies the old castle that the Einsburns control. The day we invade the forest will most likely be the day my Holy Grail War will end. The last place we come to is a hilltop graveyard for foreigners. I suppose it's because of the Einsburns casting a shadow over my mind. I feel weak, disoriented from a headache. I really didn't want to come here.
What's wrong, Master? Got something on your mind?
My unease must have shown on my face. My servant is actually showing concern for my health. I allow myself to be taken in by his sudden consideration. Allow me to ask you a foolish question. Do you believe that I can win? And I put into words that weak uncertainty I had tried to not think about. The servant's expression changes. Keeping his mouth twisted with sarcasm, he turns his back to me.
It's still early to be worrying about that. Whether you win or lose, you have to first figure out what to fight, but...
His voice is strained. He is bent forward like a beast, with prey before his eyes.
God damn, it's just not my day. Looks like we don't have time to be worrying.
He is grinning. What he sees is a master and servant. I feel a powerful flow of magical energy. The command spells on her left hand shine brightly. She is still young but appears to possess wisdom that far surpasses my own. Good evening, Magus of the Valley Peasants. I wonder if there's a need to introduce ourselves.
Now, what the heck's going on here?
She is probably from one of the great houses. Her eyes are full of derision. To her side is another figure. I cannot tell which class she belongs to, but the fact that a master brought her means she must be a servant. I mean, sure, right?
I do remember this image, and I remember being very confused by what was happening.
I like how they have matching outfits.
Yeah.
They're coordinated here. That's adorable. Though, wow, that assumption, like, oh yeah, she must be a master and she must be the servant. I remove the leather gloves inscribed with runes of protection from my chest pocket. I take them out along with something hard.
Oh,
Why was I carrying this earring? Why had I tucked it away so carefully?
that earring looks familiar, doesn't it?
Mmm. I wonder if there's some mysterious liquid inside.
No, not that earring.
Oh, not that earring.
That was Lancer's earring.
Oh, okay. The questions rise to the surface, but now isn't the time for that.
And we remember Lancer's unknown first master was a woman, so
Oh! I put the gloves on. The girl waits politely for me to make my move. I regret not bringing Rock with me. If I survive, I'll make sure to carry it, even if I am out only for investigations. While I shouldn't use my trump card immediately, having it increases the range of my strategy.
that will determine how strong the enemy is. Oh wait, oh no, that was her.
I will determine how strong the enemy is. You will engage the servant.
Gotcha.
Not taking any care to see what she would do, he rushed towards the girl servant. The two figures clash. I passed by and ran towards the defenseless master. Ah, so you were only a nameless peasant. Very well. Be honored to be killed by the Edelfelds.
Edelfelt.
Um,
I guess technically not supposed to know this yet, but I know from other material that's Luvia's last name. And I'm pretty sure she debuts in this game, so...
she fired a scatter of Gander. A one-action spell, preventing close combat. Her magecraft is a firearm in itself. This isn't a metaphor. Edelfelt, a noble family of Finland, the Orskels, the name Edelfelt that produced many masters of the Gander. This generation's young head was praised as the pride of their lineage. But now that I've seen how skilled she is, I can agree. I don't block the Gander aimed at both sides of my thigh. I keep moving, parrying only the Gander that would hit my upper body with my left fist. You blocked my Gander with only your bare hands? I move in. My right fist lowered to the base of my chest strikes aimed at the side of her stomach, where her kidneys are. I am blown backwards. A figure appearing from behind her protects her from a body blow and repels me.
Wait, what?
A swordsman stands in my way. A servant. There is no denying it. That is a servant. Then, who was the... The moment I look away to confirm, the battle is over. Saber, help! The other girl screams. Saber defeats my servant just as the girl had ordered her to. Well?
What is happening?
How appallingly weak. With just one flash of steel, not even able to match sword against sword, my servant has his neck pierced and is already gone. Pathetic. This has gotten dull. Saber, end this quickly. When you're done, let's go back and enjoy a hot cup of coffee. Saber nods silently. I am defeated, without being able to prepare my weapon. So, this is Saber. This doesn't make any sense. The two girls are each using a different saber. It seems your investigation was inadequate. Have you never heard that the heads of the Edelfelt family are always sisters? Sisters, That is the magic trait of their bloodline. I don't think I've ever seen her sister.
Neither have I.
The normally abhorrent notion of having two successors was the reason why they were called scales. Then the two of them are one master and summon two different sides of the same heroic spirit.
Oh wait. Oh, maybe this is why she's Estrella because of the scales.
Makes sense, but I want to know more about the
Yeah,
sister.
me too.
One down. Be honored to have been killed by us and squirm in the humiliation of being the first to be defeated. There are now 5 masters remaining. Her voice echoed to the moon. Saber silently and without showing any hint of emotion, thrust her sword into my chest. Dead end.
Yeah.
My conscience is being severed. The moon is cycling like a white skull, and thus comes the end of my Holy Grail War, once again. Losing sight of the ending without conclusion, the curtains fall.
Again. Next, Heaven's Field Backside 2. Type Moon presents.
What? Opening basically is a slice of life.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, look at this really nice slice of life series. Everyone's having fun doing casual things, exploring the city.
By the way, this patch does include the Vita opening, but that one gets claimed, whereas this one doesn't, so I turned it off.
Dang.
But yeah, if you want to find it later, you just search Hollow Ataraxia OP on YouTube and you'll find it. Alright, and that was just a prologue.
Back to the shed.
Yep. That was the dream I had. I wake up just before 6 in the morning. The light coming through the window is a little bright, and the breeze seeping through the gaps is a little chilly. Damn, I've done it again. The steamy summer has come and gone, passing into October before anyone realizes it. It's becoming a season where falling asleep without a blanket is a bad idea. Last night, what did I set my sluggish brain in motion. Last night, I fixed up bike number 1, changed number two's chain to a new one while I was at it. Didn't have anything else to do. I relaxed a bit and ended up nodding off. I think this is the first mention of his bike since the Fate route. Ouch. It sure is rough sleeping on the ground. It's almost winter, too. I'd better bring a futon. Rotate my stiff shoulders and breathe in. Breakfast starts at 6:30 at the Emiya residence. There's still plenty of time, but only for the people who are going to eat. The people making breakfast have to wait up wake up 30 minutes earlier than that. Lately, Sakura has been waking me up after she finishes cooking breakfast. Dang, since when did she grow up to the kind of girl that takes pleasure in robbing people of their hobbies? It's definitely the influence of her sister. Anyway, at this house, if you want to make breakfast, you have to wake up at 6 a.m. or risk being beaten to the punch. As the master of this house, no, as her teacher, I can't afford to be outdone already by my pupil. Once I step up onto the veranda, my nose catches the smell of breakfast. The sound of an active kitchen knife reaches my ears. Judging by this, I'd say breakfast is about 80% complete. Same old scenery of a pleasant morning, savoring it as if it was only natural.
Oh, good morning, Shiro. Did you wake up late?
I gaze at her smile.
Shiro, why aren't you saying anything? Is there something on my face?
Half a year ago, back when it was still cold, there'd also been times like this. That was...
You look pale. Honestly, did you spend the night in the storehouse again? Shiro, your commitment to your training is admirable, but it is childish to ruin your health because of that.
Yeah, after all, I'm still a kid. It's only been half a year since the Holy Grail War. People can't grow up that easily.
Shiro, are you listening to me? With Rin gone, it is my duty to supervise you. If you insist on neglecting your health, I have an idea to remedy that.
That's right. With Tosaka gone, it was up to Saber to protect the order of our household. But that's not important right now. What is this idea?
I am going to do what bothers you the most. You never follow what I say, so you leave me no choice but to watch over you up close. If you do not see the error of your ways, I will have to move into the room next to yours.
Eck. She says something horrifying with a smile. Saber's room was a Japanese-style guest room. Back when she was moving out from the room next to mine.
Wait, does this mean that the ending it's going off of is the one where he ends up with both of them?
Well, Kuzuki's apparently still alive, so...
True.
And he knows that Sakura's Rin's sister. You know the answer to this. It's all of them and none of them at the same time. That's how this always works.
Yeah. I will not. There is no reason to change my quarters.
She was being real hard-headed about it, but I managed to get her to back down. The war was over, and there was no need to have a bodyguard after all. That happened just a little while ago. Ever since then, I took back the appropriate peace of mind of a health... Ever since then, I took back the appropriate peace of mind of a healthy young man. Alright, I repent. I'll start sleeping in my room from tomorrow. Oops.
Very good. Though it is a bit miffing how quickly you reacted. But this is all for your own sake. I do feel uneasy that I cannot be at your side in an emergency. But I should drop the matter if it keeps you from having a good night's rest.
Saber turns readily towards the living room. Of course, why should anyone feel reluctant to end a regular old morning conversation? I forgot to tell her. I have to say it. Saber. Good morning, and thanks in advance.
You're welcome. Take care, Shiro.
I go with Saber to the living room. My vision goes blurry for some reason. Wondering why, I rub my eyes. Huh? My eyes were a little watery. The same old scenery of a pleasant morning. Must have yawned from the blessed boredom of it all. Itadakimasu. The slightly different sounds of a variety of clasping hands echoed. On, on the table of the main dish of grilled fish, 6 portions of it actually. Right. So anyway, Sakura got up early this morning and cooked for us. Everybody, especially a certain slouch, please be grateful to Sakura and enjoy your meal. Two people nodded earnestly. And of course, Medusa's here too. No, I don't mean you guys. I meant the Fujimura group over there, trading spinach for roast chicken.
Again, I said before.
I think that's Ilya.
There's Natsu again. I said before that I didn't want any, but Sakura is persistent. Taiga, you eat natto, don't you? I'll trade them for the omelette. I don't mind, but you ought to get used to natto. Don't be picky with what you eat. But it's a deal if you take half of the omelette. Heh heh heh. Alas, my poor little chicklet, unaware of the wonderfulness of natto and rice. Half? Fine, I accept. I'll trade with you at that rate. I wouldn't have been able to eat it all anyway. Taiga, feel free to get caught by Sakura's scheme before you realize it. Okay, it's a deal. Half of my omelet for Ilya-chan's natto. And what do you mean by Sakura-chan's scheme? Oh, no need to worry. I've calculated the amount of calories properly. As long as you chew and exercise, there won't be any extra fat. Isn't that right, Saber-san? It is as Sakura says. While I cannot make a definite assertion, as our body frames are different, I don't imagine that Taiga alone will become heavier. See? Saber-san agrees. Eat as much as you like. We have plenty of leftovers. No need to tell me. Sakura, please give me another heap.
Ryder and I exchanged glances. Looks like we have the same thing in mind, but some things are better left unsaid.
Ryder, your bowl is empty. Would you like some more? I am fine with one bowl. I do not have a digestive system as strong or as inefficient in energy consumption as Saber's. I will have a cup of tea though, so Sakura, please concentrate on your meal too.
Ryder pours tea for herself. Sipping hot tea silently really does seem to fit her.
Inefficient energy consumption. I cannot ignore that comment, Ryder. I would be satisfied with just the bare minimum. However, it would be improper to leave any leftovers when this much has already been prepared. Rations must not go to waste. Munch munch. These radishes are great. Oh, Saber-chan, if you're not gonna eat yours, give them to me. I refuse.
Like how they actually made a graphic of her holding chopsticks.
Yeah? Furthermore, this was the meal that Sakura took the time to make for us. I would feel awful being finished with it too quickly. Delicious food should be eaten to the heart's content.
I feel what Saber said is perfectly logical, wonderful opinion. Or would if only she hadn't asked for a third serving already. People, you really shouldn't overdo things.
Huh? Today's miso soup tastes a little different. Shiro, you didn't help today, did you? It feels kind of inconsistent. Even though the flavoring is thick, the potatoes were cut delicately, not very skilled, but precise, kind of like a novice carver.
Well, experience is a good teacher. Gotta do something differently every once in a while.
I prefer the usual soup. But I suppose that this type has some promise. The Japanese food Sela makes also tastes just like this.
Ryder slumps in relief. I didn't exactly lie. What I was trying to hide is the fact that today's miso soup was made by our very own Ryder. When I got to the kitchen this morning, Sakura and Ryder were already there. Saber and I laid out the tableware, and while watching Ryder and her desperate battle in front of the miso soup pot,
Fujimura-sensei, it's almost time for you to leave. The preparatory committee for the cultural festival is about to start. Ryudo-kun will be mad if I come in late today. Can't us teachers even be allowed to have our last cup of tea?
Fujine rose up, holding the helmet for Tiger Number 1 in her hand.
Ooh, cultural festival for this game too.
Yep.
See you at school, Sakura-chan. Shiro, be sure to come in on time. Just because you don't plan to go to college doesn't mean you can take it easy and skip school.
And so the single female English teacher in her 20s waved at us with a smile and ran off. Since the cultural festival is closing in, lately Fujine has been leaving early. The same goes for Sakura, the succeeding captain of the archery club. But due to the festival, the regular morning training was reduced to a short meeting. Because of that, she had 30 more minutes of free time than usual.
The cultural festival is coming up soon. I hope Nessan will be able to come back in time for it.
Yeah, she said she'd be back during summer break, but it's already October. Wonder if something happened to Tosaka over there. More like, it would be nice if she didn't already cause anything to happen. If she didn't cause anything to happen, seriously.
Stan's stay is what Rin deserved. It's not something that can be gotten over within 1 month. Within 1 month, she botched up the imitation of Zelrich's jewel sword, you know? Well, Rin could never manage it in a million years, so there wasn't even the slightest chance of her succeeding. But who knows exactly what happened because of that second sorcery explosion she caused?
Ilya is genuinely disgusted. Well, I guess it's normal to be angry if all that happened in your own castle. Let's go back 2 months. One day in the midst of summer holidays, Tosaka said, as enthusiastic as ever,
I'm going to need a trump card when I go to London next year. They said there are a lot of weirdos this term. And since I'll be going as a bumpkin from the Far East, it'd be a good idea to have some presents.
So she tried slapping together. Well, knowing Tosaka, though, she probably had taken great care in preparation. A pendant. A super miniature version of the jewel sword that can monitor waves from parallel worlds. Messed up completely and utterly, on a scale that us mere mortals could never imagine. Result, all the data and materials she had collected, including the money she had to borrow from Sakura to purchase them, went poof. According to Ilya, the fact that she even survived meant she was a monster. After looking at her bank book, though, the monster turned into something more like the living dead.
So that's why the mansion was in ruin in the opening. Miya-kun, find me a job.
Back then, things were still relatively okay, despite her saying things like that, but one day, something major happened. I was surprised of meddling in sorcery, in what came to be called the Winchester event. Later.
I'm in real trouble now. At this rate, I might even be designated for sealing. Before that happens, I'll have to fix what's loose.
With that, she journeyed to the clock tower, the HQ of magic. I still don't get it. What actually happened? I thought the only thing that happened was all the craziness in the castle.
Shiro. You don't understand what's wrong at all. Rin fired off a singularity, not processed for use as a weapon, almost turning this town into a mini terminal. So the phrases malfunctioning causality, crossing of phenomena, the future leading to the past be easier to understand?
Oh, so basically the world almost turned into a place where anything's possible?
That is an easy way of putting it. To say precisely, it almost turned into a world where all the possible outcomes of this town were drawn in.
Okay, so
Oh, so that's what happened.
yeah. All possible outcomes drawn in, huh? Like winning first place in the lottery, or aliens coming to Earth, or true immortality being perfected, or even everyone suddenly coming to kill me. In other words, a morbid joke that has a small chance of occurring actually happening. I get it, so that's what happened, but I got the feeling that what happened was a little different. Well, I mean, it was a world that was flat out a copy of a children's fairy tale. I mean, it was a world that came from the same one from Dogson's Alice. I mean, it was pretty much a real-life version of May's survival.
We were also surprised. What Rin tried to accomplish goes beyond what humans are capable of. There was a potential for it to have even more impact than the Holy Grail War.
Excuse me. Said its victim quietly. Actually, not only Ryder, but everyone here, plus one other, were victimized by it. What's wrong, Sakura? Did something happen?
No, nothing too important. It's just something that Ryder said.
Sakura trailed off. Well, if she says so, I'll just nod and leave it at that. Or more like, I was planning to.
Holy Grail War. That's what Sakura reacted to. Here. Kiri thought you hadn't noticed, but you just weren't sure yet.
The Child of Winter did not overlook that comment. What about the Holy Grail War, Ilya? That already ended half a year ago.
Is that so? At the very least, I wonder if the servants feel the same way. Saber, Ryder, the two of you ought to be aware of this aura. Ryder, do you and Saber-san know what's going on?
So is Berserker gone? Like, no mention of him yet.
Yeah. No, I do not. Except just as Ilya said, I am aware of the tension in the city. It is only a very minor sense of discord, so I had decided to wait and see.
Minor sense of discord. What are you saying? Why is Ryder mentioning something so plainly obvious? How about you, Saber? Do you know what Ryder's talking about?
Yes, I have my suspicions as to what it may be. But they are only suspicions. Shiro, would you mind if I...
I nod silently.
Very well. To be frank, the murderous atmosphere is coming not from the city, but as servants. Correct, Ryder? Since a few days ago, we have both had light feelings of hostility towards each other. Our instincts, rather than our reasoning, are telling each of us that the other is an enemy that must be defeated. That is, in other words...
I think that was Ryder.
The excitement that servants experience in the Holy Grail War, is it? I hate to admit it, but I came to the same conclusion.
Saber and Ryder glare at each other. What they're saying is extremely simple. So basically, there's a Holy Grail War going on. We aren't concerned with the whys and hows yet. The evidence points to this conclusion.
And that's not possible. It's not right, Senpai. There is no Holy Grail anymore. And, that's right. If there was going to be another Holy Grail War, Wouldn't there be a notification from the church?
Yeah, we haven't gotten one yet. Maybe this isn't the new Holy Grail War. Maybe the one that already ended was restarted? I guess that would make sense. After all, most of the masters are still alive, the servants are still hanging around, and our command spells are still in good shape. I still have one left on my left hand.
That's a strong theory. The Victor the Fifth one was Shiro. But you didn't use the Grail and there's still some servants left. It might be possible that something provided the impetus for the fighting to restart in order to resolve the war. So it is a rematch for the defeated? But Ilya, who decided that the winner of the Holy Grail War was Shiro? I was under the impression that no one had won the war.
Ryder isn't complaining that I won. It's the complaint of making me the winner of a battle that they made sure had no winner.
The one who decides who won is none other than the Holy Grail itself. No matter what the results were, the Holy Grail acknowledges Shiro as the victor. That is none other than me, so I don't believe there was any mistake, right? I understand. Then allow me to ask you in your capacity as the Holy Grail. How should we overcome this?
Ryder is looking at Ilya seriously. If fighting breaks out, Sakura will be put in harm's way. For that reason, Ryder must be feeling her sense of danger at the words resumption of the Holy Grail War. Hold on, Ryder. This doesn't mean anything has to be done. Even though it might have been restarted, there isn't even a Grail in the first place. There's no reason to fight.
You certainly did your homework, yes. It is exactly as Shiro says. While there may have been something abnormal about Fuyuki recently, it is nothing worth worrying about. And if you bother to think about it, the fact that servants are staying in this plane of existence after the war ended is unusual. If you can't accept this level of abnormality, you won't be getting anywhere.
Right, even supposing the servants being here attracts someone that's up to no good, it still doesn't make a difference. In the end, the same servants will be the ones stopping him.
Do you know the conditions of being strong? People who stick out end up making enemies easily, but the ones that can protect everybody easily from those enemies are called strong. A person that's only tough is just violent. And as far as I know, the two of you are strong in the real way. Oh, that was him.
Oh, yeah. Wait, can we can actually replay voices in this game, so if I, config... I forget, it's too complicated, but...
Shiro's right again. Today Shiro gets an A+ in perceptiveness.
Should I be dancing in joy? Well, gee, I guess the usual me is always dense.
For if anyone's problem here, it's you two. Saber, Ryder. Do you want to resume the fighting? Not at all. Although I will accept if Ryder insists on fighting me. That is just what I was about to say. I have lost to you countless times. If you do opt for me the opportunity, I do not mind settling the score.
Wow. Sparks are flying between those two. For a short while, it looks like they finally got along, but I guess they're still rivals.
I'm glad that's the case. Well, neither of you are cats in heat. So I think it's unlikely that you will just go wild for no reason. And neither of you are the type that would hunt people out of boredom.
That's Saber, I think.
Iliasville? I have no objections to that wording. I am not some kind of ghoul. Although I cannot say anything in her defense, as she does have a record. Oomph.
Ryder wanted to, but couldn't counter that argument. If it comes down to behaving like an animal, I don't think that Saber is very different, but I'll put that aside.
So I wonder exactly what happened?
The other masters probably won't be attacking, so I think we should wait this out for a while. Nothing major happened either, so there isn't any need to go out of our way to conduct an investigation yet.
That's true. Then how about asking the other servants about how they feel? Like Lancer-san. I've seen him in town a lot.
Sakura just said something odd, but I don't mind at all. Yeah, Lancer does seem like he'd be willing to give me his impressions of what's going on.
In that case, we shall also look into this matter when we get the opportunity. By the way, Sakura, it is almost time to leave for school. You're right. I'm sorry. I'll clean this up right away. Do not worry. That is my job, Sakura. Please relax and go to school. Right. Thank you, Ryder. Take care of things while I'm gone.
Sakura is cheerfully getting ready to leave. Me, though, I have about 30 minutes left, so I'll go help Ryder.
Yoff. Senpai, don't skip school.
Sakura leaves hastily. This marks the end of our morning. You guys could leave everything in the sink. I'll clean all... could you leave everything in the sink? I'll clean all of it up once I change.
Thank you. To be honest, I'm not very good at washing.
Ryder isn't clumsy. She just can't get a hold of restraining her power. She's a plate breaker just like Saber, but for a different reason. Anyway, I'll go back to my room. Except...
Shiro, regarding what we just talked about, if you plan on patrolling in the evening, please tell me. Iliasville may have said not to worry, but there is something that is bothering me.
I'm truly grateful for Saber's offer. I'm glad that she said that. I know I shouldn't be, but a part of me is excited that things have returned to the way they were half a year ago. Okay, when I get the chance, I'll let you know as I'm going out. Something funny is definitely going on, so just in case, let's go on patrol. I mean, I really can't imagine patrolling with anyone other than you.
Indeed. I had faith that you would say that, Shiro.
That's what I should be saying. If Saber's with me, I won't be killed that easily. It's past 7:30 in the morning. Now, should I go to school or should I take it easy? Life has become a bit weird, but even though I'm getting excited, it isn't likely that I'm going to get to the bottom of this by myself. Okay, well, I'll see what's going on when I feel like it. Luckily, there's a 3-day weekend starting tomorrow. It'll be a pleasure and no pain. I'm just about filling up those days without stressing out too much. I'll just go about just filling up. October 8th. AM, first day. Yep, so here's the gameplay loop for this game. Like I said, it's like Get to Toya in that there's a time loop, but this one is map-based. We can just go wherever we want at a given time. And it tells us...
that's adorable.
Yeah. It also tells us scenes we haven't seen yet, so while I don't have a flowchart for this game, we don't actually need one. Because we'll know if we haven't done something yet. Alright, so with that said, where you want to go first?
Man, I wish we could go to the Mato residence. I want to see if the old man's still alive.
Yeah.
But out of these options... You know, even though they said for us to go to school, let's be lazy. Let's just stay home.
Alright.
It's gonna time loop anyways. We can
Yep.
be lazy.
So we will probably 100% this game since we have these things here. Oh, the border changed. That's odd. Well then, I have some spare time, so let's clean up the room. I don't have a lot of stuff, so it shouldn't take too long. Or so I think. Day by day, the amount of stuff is mysteriously increasing. As if rabbits started breeding junk in here whenever I look away. Rabbits, mice, whatever. I know the source of this influx. I know, but I can't do anything about it. Well, let's start with some vacuuming.
But what do you mean, Emmy? Look at your room. It's like so empty.
However, once I get the vacuum cleaner out, I spontaneously get the urge to clean the neighboring rooms, then other rooms, and so on. In the end, I'll only be satisfied after cleaning the entire main wing. Cleaning is really relaxing. Gotta be careful and stop at the right time. As I'm advancing forward with the roar of the vacuum cleaner. Stuff is piling up. Wait, the culprit is discovered. I was wondering what kind of junk she'd bring today. Getting a little bit of echo from you, Misaki.
Okay. Oh? What you doing, Shiro?
Thought I'd clean up a bit.
Okay. Then I'll leave it to you.
Now just wait a moment. Don't just drop off boxes of junk in my room and escape. What is this, Fujine?
Oh? You know, Shiro, I just thought you might need it for winter hibernation. As one does, right?
I'm not that kind of creature that can do a handy thing like that. Besides, random junk isn't useful when preparing for hibernation. Fujine, my room happens to be neither a nest nor some kind of beaver's den. Or should I say a crow's nest?
Now that you mention it, that does seem to be so. But you shouldn't underestimate the crows nowadays. You know, they're wild animals with an insurmountable will to live. They even make nests on laundry hangers.
Really? Even on laundry hangers? Sounds like quite a feat. I guess crows are quite clever, or rather, their ability to adapt is quite impressive. Excuse me a second. Sorry, my dad was listening to something upstairs on the computer and he had the volume like all the way up.
Oh gosh.
Well, anyhow. A room isn't meant to be a storage space. Even the garden storehouse is being converted into a junkyard with Fujine's involvement. No way I'm going to let her personal storage space expand this far. If you want to make a nest, do it at your own house, please. Oh no, it's
Oh.
yeah. Could it be that you're the one preparing to hibernate in my room, Fujine?
Maybe. Do tigers hibernate too?
That would be bears. I have a feeling that tigers don't. If they do, she'd probably be preparing to follow suit, wouldn't she? Well, knowing her, she'd at least fake it no problem.
That sounds nice. Hibernating animals, nothing but sleep all winter long. I'm a little envious.
Hibernation, you say? Then, when they have to eat lots in autumn, they become all skin and bones by spring.
Eat till you drop and fall when the skies are clear and horses grow stout, so to speak. Then don't have to be on a diet in spring.
Yeah, this is what it's called positive thinking.
I'm starting to like the idea of hibernation even more.
What about your job, eh?
A standard winter hibernation holiday. Wait, there isn't one.
She could just use up a paid vacation time for the winter break and get addicted to the joys of life under a kotatsu and become a social derelict. So, Fujine, it looks like your cardboard persimmon box, but what kind of junk is inside?
Persimmons, of course. What else?
Ah, well, okay, or not. Really? Is it really persimmons?
I had a chore carrying them all the way here.
Good work. Wait, why my room?
The kitchen is cramped as it is, so I was looking for better storage. If I leave it in a place that no one sees, though, they'll just spoil and go to waste, you know? So then I thought, hey, Shido's room would be just perfect.
Huh, I see. But weren't you dropping mandarins and watermelons and whatnot all over the living room before?
Well, yeah, but now Saber-chan and Sakura-chan are also here. It'd be kind of bad to make a mess.
It's great that you're concerned about it, actually, but doesn't your sympathy apply to me? Why you? You drop the vacuum cleaner in a corner and open the box. Inside, there are a stack of shiny persimmons.
If Shido's going to hibernate, he'll definitely need food, I thought.
Well, no, I'm not. Is this another gift from the Fujimura group?
Yep. And we still have a pile this big.
Sounds like quite a big load must have come in. What's up with that? They're sending enough fruit for a seasonal marketplace, I think. Looks like another item with a story behind it from Old Man Raiga.
With this much, we could even put some out to dry under the eaves outside.
Wonder if I should get to meet the rest of the family then, if in this game.
I want to meet the old man.
You only make dry persimmons out of astringent ones, and sending those raw. What kind of a dumb joke would that be? Anyway, we're here. Here we have 2 boxes of persimmons. Picking one up, I notice it's ripe and quite soft. It'll go to waste if we don't eat these quickly.
Yeah, don't you think so? Persimmons in the morning, persimmons for lunch, persimmons at night. It's a persimmon feast. So I thought I'd be a kind Onechan and share the fruits of fall with you, Shido.
Don't you mean dump the leftovers here? But the persimmons themselves aren't bad. In fact, they're really pretty good. Yeah, it'd be a real shame if we just let them rot.
Shouldn't it be alright? Just summon everybody for help, and it'll be gone in a second.
We had a quota for mandarins, but now it's persimmons. I suppose the peaches and pears were gone quickly. I recall all the fruit that our household has gone through. We do have more consumers than we did 6 months ago, so I suppose it should be gone quickly.
Ready for mandarins and apples next. Sounds like Saber-chan would eat a lot too.
Apples and persimmons can be used as ingredients, so we'll figure something out. Anyway, let's put this someplace else. It's difficult to clean up with these in the way. There's an empty room in the north wing. I guess we can put them in the hallway around there.
1 box for hibernate.
I told you I don't need that much. Here, you too.
Alright. Oh,
Noon, first day. Okay. Oh. Let me just check here. Ooh. Should we see what's up at the temple, or should we go say hi to Lancer?
I want to say hi to Lancer. He's at the harbor, huh?
Yep.
Then again, he was fishing in the opening.
Yep. At the harbor, there's a familiar face. It's like it could be found anywhere, but in the afternoon, this is where he devotes himself to his hobby. Well, what should I ask him about? Ask him about the Holy Grail War. I should really ask him for that guy's take on things after all. He's one of the more warlike servants. He might gladly adapt to this current situation as long as it means he gets to fight. Wait, hold on. So, I love how he's just wearing that shirt and sitting there with beers and cigarettes and all that. Why isn't this a Spiritron dress? Like, this is a perfect summer outfit.
That would be.
Well, if it isn't Saber's master, I guess I must have been really out of it. I was wondering who it was for a moment there. How the hell can he call that being out of it? I was approaching him stealthily from behind, but he noticed me from 10 meters away as if it was nothing. Don't bother trying to impersonate an assassin. It doesn't suit you. And besides, I ain't got nothing to steal. Haven't caught a single one yet. No matter what I do, today's catch is going to be small. Go somewhere else if you're looking for dinner. His whole body is built for surviving, be it land, sea, or mountains. He'll live as he pleases anywhere. It's unusual to see him come up broke. That's not the issue here. Wait, what's this about dinner? I'm the one stuck in your place, that's what. This energetic lady comes by in the evening, asks for some fresh catch, and carries away a bucketful, just like that. Sorry for the trouble. So the cause behind the recent abundance of fish in Fujini's presence was right here all along. It truly is a small world. Well, yeah, I don't know if it's the case in this game, but I know in today's menu for the Emiya family, he like works at a fish market. Mystery of the human world sure is. Well, that lady is a bundle of mysteries herself. So if food ain't the reason, what'd you come here for, kid? Just as I thought, he's still a servant no matter what. Seeing that he adapted to the town's life even better than Saber and the others, I thought he'd gotten complacent, but I guess not. Serious talk, actually, that's what. There's not much point in chatting with you, so I'll keep it short. Answer, what do you think about the situation right now? Or to begin with, why are you still in this world? Answer is Kotomine's servant. But Kotomine Kirei has been dead for over half a year. Servants cannot exist
Like,
after...
she's the only dead person?
Yeah, so far. Servants cannot exist after losing their masters. Therefore, just the fact that Lancer is still here is highly unusual. Well, because I've got a contract with the master, of course. That bastard Gilgamesh is another story, but I don't have the means to exist in this world without a master, you know. Contract, but Kotomine is busy being dead. Yep. He sure did kick the bucket, but for some reason the contract is in force still. That bothers me as well, but... Well, I'm still here, so what's the problem? Ain't much point in worrying about why you're alive. Do what comes naturally and all that. Never mind the details. Worry about the how, not the why. Geez, the scales sure have fallen from my eyes. He's already aware of the situation isn't normal. But he is who he is, so he'll just keep doing as he pleases. That's the kind of spirit he has. Talk about let it be. That's so manly that I feel pathetic for being anxious. Huh, alright, but don't you think the fact that the contract is still in effect, even though Kotomine isn't around, needs some investigation? Yeah, I have no intention of pushing it, though. As long as I don't hear back from him, I'll just live my life my own way. Does that also apply to the Holy Grail War? You feel the war starting again, don't you? Ah, that. Yeah, I guess the urge to beat all servants all of a sudden, but that's about it. I'll be staying neutral, though. I ain't eager to participate, but hey, if anyone wants a challenge... Answer wasn't lying. As aggressive as I thought he was, he seems downright negative about these circumstances. Come to think of it, I even said it myself. Lancer, even more than so than Saber, has already adopted to life in this town. In other words, he's enjoying his life here. I see. You'd even consider Ryder or Saber as friends now. You wouldn't start a fight yourself. Nope, that ain't it. Servants are all enemies. He replies right away. It's the same cool-headedness I saw when he killed me half a year back. Why is that? You're on good terms with everyone, aren't you? Yet you still say everyone's an enemy? It ain't the same thing, dumbass. You like who you like. No need to hate him just because they're an enemy. My jaw drops. Every time I'm astonished by this man's piercing attitude. But when he takes it this far, I can't help but feel that his tolerance is on a whole different level. I give up. You amaze me. Pace from a youngster ain't gonna cut it. Is this all you want to chat about? Then I'll go back to fishing. I got a feeling I've got a big catch coming up. With that, Lancer went back to fishing as if nothing happened. Satisfied with the information acquired, I leave the harbor. Oh, but... Lancer said there was no need to hate an enemy. The battle and emotion are separate from each other. But if you look at it from the other way around... He was saying that it doesn't matter if the enemy is a relative or a lover. As long as they're an enemy, they will be killed indiscriminately. It's just after 9 p.m. and dinner is already over. There are no major events and everyone returns to their rooms. It's too early to go to bed, so what should I do in the meantime? Okay, I'm going to take a guess here. I think the exclamation points are story progress, and then new just means it's something we haven't seen yet. So, you got a preference?
Makes sense. You know, let's go out for a walk.
Okay. Go out for a walk. Alone.
Oh, yes, the only option, right?
Yeah. I'll go check the situation in town. Saber must have said otherwise, but if you're not alone, there will probably be things that you'll miss. I do my best to sneak outside. The enemy residents surroundings are peaceful and quiet. Nothing is out of the ordinary. I see, this really is the same as half a year ago. Why did I go outside alone? Why am I not bringing Saber along? It all makes sense once I look at it from a stranger's perspective. But no matter how harmless it may seem, if I were to exercise proper judgment, it would not be walking out alone. Even though there are no enemies, the reality is that there is something odd happening in this town. So the reason I'm out here on my own, nonetheless, must be that I plan to use myself as live bait to draw out anything abnormal. It's pretty tough not knowing what I intend to do until I've done it, if I say so myself. I just decided on a whim, though. Well, whatever happens. Gazing at the night sky, I start walking. If I feel danger, I'll just go back to the house and right away. And I'll quietly return to my room and wait until tomorrow. I look up at the moon. The sky is cleared, and the white moonlight is cutting through the darkness. Well then. Hopefully I'll find some clear evidence of abnormality that even someone as thick-headed as me can recognize. Ooh. Alright, where should we go?
Oh, that's a good amount of options.
Yeah.
Well, you know, let's go to our favorite place, the temple, clearly.
The temple gate stands in silence. The stone steps seem to go forever into the night sky. Somehow I could picture them leading to the heavens. Unfortunately, the moon is not overhead, so the stairs connect properly to the Rapsodito Temple and not to another world. I peek inside through the gate. Well, I guess Assassin's not here. There's nothing unusual about the temple grounds. I'd like to go investigate more, but that would require stepping onto the premises. Oh, okay, never mind. He is there. You there. One more step and your head shall fall from your neck. And so stands the servant still guarding the gate. You must be bored out of your mind. There's no need for a guard anymore, yet you're still faithful to your duty. Or perhaps there's actually a lot of statue thieves and the like around. I have seen no thieves, but there are others who pass by often. Right this moment, there's someone passing by you. Huh? Naturally, there's no one around. I only felt a chilling yet warm brush on my cheek. Stop. Ghosts are strictly prohibited. A prohibited topic at the temple. I'm already alone and frightened, so it's not fair if you intimidate me too. Or maybe that's how it is. Servants are spirits. Maybe they do see those things. Do they really come out around here? Of course. It's just that you never noticed. I was also just a commoner while alive, and I have questioned their existence just the same. Now that I am of the same kind, I see them come here all the time. I see. As long as I can't even see one, I suppose no harm can come from them either. If ghosts really can harm people, it would be the ones we can actually see. If there's no form, it probably can't kill you. If you're that curious, then why don't you die once? Vixen here would be happy to provide you with a near-death experience, I'm sure. I'm good, thanks. I don't trust Castor that much. How should I put this? I feel like she would begin with good intentions, but then start getting evil ideas and in the end betray you. No doubt about it. When she dons her servant attire, you need to watch out. Castor used to be good-hearted, probably. But a lifetime in the shadows left her stained deeply with spite. Despite reforming, she still puts on her wicked grin from time to time. If I were to rank her on the list of servants who never let your guard down against, she would be the first or second. But what brings you here tonight? If it's just a mundane errand, leave it until daylight. I have no obligation to serve as the gatekeeper, but the command spell is still in effect. There are no expectations for strangers at this hour. Exceptions. You were protecting it because of her command spell. From the beginning, the Holy Grail War meant nothing for this servant. Assassin is just a swordsman that intercepts enemies trying to pass through the gate. The irregularities in town have nothing to do with him, and must not interest him very much either. I'm going back then. Sorry to bother you. Just window shopping? It's fine, since you're on guard and duty and all. I'll try to remember to bring a present or something next time. I turn my back to the temple gate. How considerate of you. Then I'd like to request a beautiful flower. No, 2 of them. I'm not complaining, but man, a man's sense has become dull from all this moonlight. Bring Saber on Rider, eh? Is this boldness or just idle curiosity? If anything, if anybody could try to hit on 2 former enemy servants, it would be this guy. Well, I guess it's not that unlikely. On some lovely moonlit spring evening, but by some mistake, who knows? A night party like this might just happen. Guess it's about time to go back. It's not like I only have tonight. There's time tomorrow, too. I return to the Emiya residence. It seems the end of the night has been postponed for a little longer. The day is ended. Sprawling on the bed, I let fatigue take over my body. Mild drowsiness is numbing out my mind. Phew. What a release. Since that incident, I can't trust my consciousness being separated from me. Sleep. It's a rite of passage from the closing of one day to the reopening of the next. A natural thing for anybody, a recurring memory hole. I've been powerless. I fall into the abyss. Well then, I wonder what I should do tomorrow. There are all sorts of things to think about and things that have to be done. But all of that can be decided once tomorrow comes. For the time being, let's just call it a day. October 9th, AM 2nd day. program plagiarism? Oh.
What? She's at the harbor now? I want to go to the harbor again.
Okay.
Oh man, I think the harbor's gonna be my favorite place.
I've been looking at the ocean. Oh no, it's her.
I have been looking at the ocean.
Saber looks back and says so. There's nothing else to see. I came here on a whim, and in the first figure I saw was Saber. Hold on a sec. Need some water. I came here on a whim, and the first figure I saw was Saber's. In an ultramarine skirt with the white blouse and the shining blonde hair. Even from far away, I knew it was Saber. But when I walked over to her side, I found myself unable to speak to her. Her first time on the seashore? Probably not. Since she's gazing so far into the distance, I just wound up thinking that. Yeah, no way. Saber's hometown must have been on the coast, too.
The sea in this country is calm, Shido.
Eh? Yeah, because we're inland. If we go further out, it does get rougher. That is, on a peninsula that's breaking up the Pacific Ocean's Kuroshio current, as if rushing through the rough waters of the Sea of Japan. That must be one magnificent sight. Taking her to a place like that sounds like a dream.
In my hometown, when the wind raged, the sea bristled like the manes of 1,000 galloping white horses. Or, if you were to gaze at the faraway land from atop the white cliff, you would see a long coast shrouded in mist, running as far as the eye can see.
It's early in the fall, calm day, yet Saber's words somehow bring that scenery to my mind. Nothing like the docile ocean in front of us, but something harsh and solemn. I steal a glance at Saber's face. Her talk of her hometown leaves some sort of bittersweet taste in the air.
Had peace come to my country, I would have liked to see foreign countries by ship. Knights from the continent often spoke of golden plains of Gaul, the green hills of Hibernia, where the people of Erie reside. Or perhaps the distant lands from the songs that the bards weave. Our flag flying high above. I would have liked to see the cultures not yet known with my very own eyes.
I have no words to answer her with. I have no right to speak of dreams she cannot realize. Those are the... Yeah, it's her.
Those were the kind of things that came to my mind. I have been blessed, having the chance to gaze in the distance like this with fond memories. Not regrets. A miracle must be at work. I think of that old country and connect its memory to the land you live, Shiro.
Saber turns around. The sea breeze envelops her arms like a blessing.
This place is warm, as if gently embracing me. They say that your home on Earth is where you make it. I want to show you my hometown as well someday, Shiro. Centuries have gone past, but I want to believe that those green hills still retain the spirit of my era.
Hope that resembles envy. Just as before, I cannot find the right words to say.
Shiro, what is wrong? You have a pained look on your face. Is it something that I've said that troubles you?
That's not it. It's just that this is the first time you've talked about your hometown like this. The town that Saber spoke of has a sweet smell of fantasy and green grass. What if I were abroad telling the story of my town of Fuyuki? What would I smell like? I start pondering. Home is where the heart is. Wasn't that how the saying goes?
I do not know whose words those are, but I do know the feeling. You cannot truly understand where you belong until you leave.
That's... I feel like I've heard something like this before. Just like breaking something you haven't really valued before. In exchange for the regret that you can't turn it back to the way it was. You realize how important it was to you. You don't understand until you leave, huh? But how should I put it? Grown up in this town, living here now, having grown up in this town, living here now is just too normal. No matter where I go, I think it would always want to come back here in the end.
Yes, and I feel the truth lies beneath those words, Shiro. While you think of your hometown in a foreign country, your heart will stay here. And that is the way it should be. For a hometown means the same to everyone.
I nod at Saber's words. There's not a single person who does not love the land they were born and raised in, even if they don't have any clear feelings of affection for it. It's a subconscious instinct that is difficult to defy. However, even then, are also those rare souls that cannot exist without hating it. It must be the sun. I feel a bit dizzy. Since it's rare to meet Saber at Harbor, I ended up pondering about hometowns and things completely outside of my character. Time for a change of pace. Oh, by the way, you like fish, don't you, Saber?
Yes, with a few specific exceptions. Is there a fish market at this harbor by chance?
There isn't, sadly. But there should... It sure would be nice to taste the season with some sari and yuzu.
That is the spirit of this nation, yes.
Thus, the menu for tonight has been decided. I'd love to get some nice fatty ones, but well, this season's fish is so great no matter what. And in the end, you could say that it's the cook's job to draw out the true flavor. Still, the one time you actually want to see the guy who spends all his days fishing, he's not here.
I am looking forward to it, Shiro.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Is there anything you want to anywhere you want to stop by?
No, man, I like how they're just or he was thinking of Ku, but even when we saw Ku, he didn't even catch any fish.
Yeah.
No, nowhere in particular. It is about time we go back.
Urged by Saber, I leave the harbor behind. The sea breeze pushes at my back. From beyond the horizon, I wonder if even the wind from faraway foreign country, blowing over this land, will be able to return to its birthplace one day. Wallpaper added to the special menu. Noon second day. Okay. Should you talk to Sakura, or should we go to one of these places?
Man, Sakura, I like you and all, but I want to go through the non-storyline stuff.
Well,
You know?
I think
Or-
sorry. I think doing these also unlocks like more quests. Like it's not just story progression, but also more side stuff too.
Okay then, hey Sakura.
Dropping by the Mato residence for a visit on a whim, I find Sakura appearing around the outside from the front entrance. Like that Saber scene we just had, like they're directly talking about Ku, but if we hadn't got to see Ku, she might not have been there.
True. Oh, Senpai, do you need something inside?
No, I just happened to be passing by. What about you, Sakura? Did you lose your key?
I'm fine. I might be clumsy, but I don't lose things that often. And even if I do, I can open it by myself, so it doesn't bother me.
So the Mato residence has an auto-lock system now? But it's the same locking magic as the one at Tosaka's place. Things have been getting dangerous again, so it's a great idea, except... Say, how's Shinji supposed to get in?
How? Well, he has keys to the front door, living room, bathroom, and his own room.
So, so basically, if Shinji loses them, he's out in the cold. In fact, it seems all the doors inside have locks. That's a pretty strict education policy. Plus, I don't think I could get in. Next time I come here, I'll make sure not to stray away from Sakura. Yeah, that would explain why Shinji's keychain became a lot like a jailkeeper's lately. So what are you doing in front of the door if you haven't lost your key and don't need one?
Grandfather himself told me to wait by the door since a guest would be coming. He mentioned that the guest's supposed to have come from some distant land. He really would like to turn them away, but he has no choice but to offer some hospitality. Something like that.
So Zoken's still alive, huh?
Man, why?
Well, he only died on the Heaven's Feel route, to be fair. Sounds complicated. A guest of Zoken?
Well, it seems that normally they would go visit Nessan instead. But since she's away, it's grandfather's duty as a representative to greet them.
I see. So someone either from the association or the church is making a typical round of courtesy visits. Well, a sequence of events caused them to be on good terms with Zoken, though.
Yeah.
Then I won't linger around. I'll take off before I get myself in a mess.
Thank you. Nessan keeps saying that we can't let you be seen by anyone from either the association or the church. That you are like an endangered animal species or something like that.
And who might be the one ambushing that endangered animal? Next time I see her, I'd like to point that out. Right, I'll be proactive and go back home. If it looks like you're going to be late, call me. I'll come pick you up.
Okay, I'll be sure to call.
A quick wave and I'm about to leave. But my curiosity got the better of me. I think I'm going to want to hear just a little more detail. Say, Sakura, what kind of person is your guest?
Let's see. I heard it's the newly dispatched overseer. Grandfather said that they might move as the acting priest of the church once an official order is received.
Which means that that old man Dilo will be returning to his country. Or Dilo, maybe? Oh yeah, I guess they did mention someone replaced Kotomine on one of the endings, but we never actually saw who that was.
They said he was nice.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was strange that a bishop would be assigned to one church in a small town. Makes more sense to have a priest taking over. Are you feeling down about the old man going away? He was really fond of you.
Yes, I am. But I did know that he'd only stay until a successor was appointed.
Right. After all, old Dilo did originally come just for the Holy Grail War post-mortem. There must be no more reason to prolong his stay. I want to look up if this guy has a design. He doesn't, huh? Yeah, so I guess we just never see him. And it is Dilo. Okay. My curiosity is now satisfied. And so this time I do leave the Mato residence behind. Okay, I guess that's narration now.
Epilogue. In the end, Sakura spent half the day waiting for someone that never showed up. Oof, look at her just standing there.
Yeah. It's just after 9 p.m. Dinner's already over. Or no major event. Oh, okay. I guess we should probably trigger this one at least once.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, my eyes bother me. I need a minute. Just gotta put some eye drops in or something.
I know the feels.
Okay, sorry about that. Now, speaking of things to ask Saber about the Holy Grail War. I really don't feel like it, but something I have to ask about it. It's something I have to ask about at least once. What did Saber think about the restarted Holy Grail War? Reminding myself not to get sentimental. To the best of my ability, I call out to the other side of the sliding door.
My thoughts regarding the situation?
Yeah, it's been a while since the last time we talked one-on-one like this. I thought I'd ask about it.
I would not mind, however. Will anything I say really help you find more clues? Well, I would be happy to be of any help to you, Shiro.
It's alright, even if you can't. I just came to have a chat. I don't need an authoritative opinion. I just like to hear what you have to say.
Oh, my thoughts. Is it?
Yes, wouldn't mind hearing all things like that. Things like what a plan might be from now on. Who looks suspicious and so on. Tell me what you think about all this. What's unusual about it and what you'd like to do from now on. A brief pause. It doesn't look like she's thinking about it too deeply, just gathering her thoughts. The silence makes me a little anxious and hopeful. Maybe Saber can point out something I haven't noticed.
Right. I do not understand why the Holy Grail War was restarted. However, since the battle has begun once again, victory must be ensured. I will not allow my master to be defeated.
Gah, that sure brings back memories.
Yes, I gave it a try on purpose. It is a sort of prayer for your certain victory, Shiro.
No, that's less like a prayer, more like a lighting a fire under me. To a casual observer, that would look no less than a threat.
That is all I have to say. As long as there is no disturbance, I will remain as I am now. But should someone bare their fangs, I shall strike them down. If we servants are the cause of this misfortune, then we shall bring that misfortune down upon the enemy. Just like you said, Shiro, to be a force that easily protects others.
Those were Saber's thoughts. Just like me, your position is to defend the peace. I'm glad to hear that, no question about it, but there's still a fundamental problem we're overlooking. Yep, I think I'm fine with strategy, but Saber, do you think the state of affairs is right?
Huh? Surely it goes without saying. Seeing as the Holy Grail War has been restarted, we cannot jump to any conclusions.
That's right, if everyone gets riled up like they did half a year ago, there'll be trouble. Well, there's no Holy Grail, though, so there should be no reason for anyone to get competitive. Either way, I just wanted to hear what's right or wrong from Saber herself.
Indeed, there is not. We destroyed the Holy Grail, I can say that much is certain. I cannot forget how we climbed up that long flight of stone steps together on the final night.
Yeah, we got separated right after, but we were able to meet up again in the end. Isn't that how it went? But we both had trouble with our respective opponents. Okay, so somehow this is a fate route now.
Yes, me with the King of Heroes, and you, Shiro, with the priest, and after that I... destroy the Holy Grail with Rin's command spell.
That was the conclusion of the events over half a year ago. Wait, Rin wasn't with them in the fate route, right?
No.
I guess that's the only way Saber could have fought alongside me and still stayed in Fuyuki.
Shiro, what's wrong? You have a strange expression on your face. Is it odd to think that servants would not fight with each other without the Holy Grail present?
Oh no, I think that's about right. Well, I should investigate the matter with the others as well, to judge if there's any danger. I've conferred Saber's opinion. Next, I should talk to the other servants as soon as possible.
Shiro? What is it? Are you going to the washroom?
No, now that I've heard everything, I'm calling it a day for tonight. Sorry to keep you busy.
Yes. Good night, Shiro. It is not late yet, but you do seem to be tired.
Yeah, good night to you too, Saber. After the short exchange, I close the sliding door. It's completely dark outside. Peering through the window, I look up at the deformed moon. Yeah, thanks to that awfully convenient story. The voice slips out absent-mindedly, as if lured by the moon. It was still fulfilling time, even if it didn't learn anything new. Well then, time to go back and get some sleep. Third day. Roulette rotation. Okay, we can talk to Sakura there, or we could go to school. What's your preference?
I feel bad since she was standing outside all last time, so let's talk to her.
Okay. Let's go talk to Sakura about lunch. It's a big household, so it's much easier to get rolling with two people. Normally, Sakura lives at the Mato residence, but she stays here for weekends and holidays. Ryder and Saber prefer the Japanese-style rooms in the main wing, while Sakura and Tosaka took a liking to the detached western rooms. And to those Fujine and Ilya who come over for meals. Add this too. And you could say that the MEI residence has experienced explosive population growth.
So did Taiga adopt Ilya?
Something like that seems to have happened. You know, actually, in the 2006 anime, which roughly covered the Fate route, but not exactly. Like I remember there was a scene like at the end where Fujimura and Ilya were like riding on her motorcycle together.
Okay, yep, she adopted her.
Yeah. Are you there, Sakura?
Huh? Senpai? Just a moment. No, it's okay, alright.
So is it okay or not? The reply isn't at all clear. Does this okay mean yes, come in, or maybe okay, hold on? If I bothered her at the wrong time, wouldn't it be better to come back later? Hey, if you're busy, it can wait.
No, okay, come in.
Alright, I'm coming in.
Sorry to keep you waiting. So what is it, Senpai?
I came for some advice regarding lunch. It's a bit early, but I thought we could get it done stress-free if we started ahead of time.
That is... Thank you very much.
Oh, well, it's not something you should be thanking me for, but your shyness is contagious. How embarrassing. Even though I should have gotten used to it by now, it still feels awkward that the two of us are alone.
Right, well then, please be my guest, Senpai.
Sorry, it looks like you were kind of busy.
That's not it. I just dozed off again. But thanks to you, I finally woke up and will stop idling around. So that's what the thanks was for. How about that?
I see. In that case, let's go on. If she puts it like that, there's no reason to refuse. I sit down, smelling the barely noticeable sweet fragrance in the air. Oh, is this perfume or herb of some kind?
I guess I overdid it a bit.
Huh? Not really. Both the heater and air conditioner are.
I mean, you noticed the perfume too, Senpai. I just used some fragrance.
So it was perfume after all. I can't make out the brand, but it certainly does smell nice. I see. So even Sakura.
I thought maybe I should try a little bit after all.
Well, I think it suits you. Actually, the only ones who uses perfume in our house would be Tosaka, I guess. She seems like she's quite fussy about it, too. Oh, wait, yeah, okay. Tosaka uses it to hide the smell of all sorts of weird chemicals, but it's not like that. It's not like you would need that.
I just learned by watching. Neson's got a lot going on. She's really busy, actually.
Really? Do sisters teach each other about makeup, too? Good to know they're getting along well. I see. I doubt I can help with that much, though. You and Tosaka are both great at it, if you ask me.
Oh? Some men use cologne too. Isn't it lovely?
If I wore any, Saber and Mitsuzuri would probably say it was too effeminate and get mad at me.
Mitsuzuri-senpai sure would be mad, wouldn't she? She idolizes you, you know? But I still think it would suit you. I also wanted to give Ryder some of her own, but she doesn't care much for it either. It's really troublesome, but...
Inside Sakura's room, I couldn't help but thinking back. Once I started chatting with Sakura, I thought about everyone staying here. We just keep getting new residents.
Yes, that's right. Each time I came by for a visit, I thought about how nice it is to have such a lively atmosphere. But I never thought it'd grow this much.
Sakura lets out a laugh. That's right, only Sakura and Fujine know what the Emiya household looked like before. So much has changed, and so quickly. Should it be considered admirable or shocking? Someone would leave and the house would be empty again, just like that. Oh, she said that. Oops. Not in agreement. Fujine comes and goes, but doesn't live here. Sakura, too. But was here for the mornings and evenings, yet never had lunch with everyone like this. For a long time, I was the sole inhabitant here. I didn't consider myself lonely, but looking back now...
Right? Hearing that you're the only one staying in such a huge residence was quite a big surprise at first.
It's been over 2 years since. Back then, Sakura was still a diligent girl that never smiled. With a brooding face, she came over and told me she wanted to help out. That's so, but your house isn't exactly small either.
No, they're both large, but in different ways. The Motto house was never a friendly place, yet every room here is warm, pleading to be filled. Same with Ryder. She is calm and content over here. And even Saber-san should feel the same way.
Is that so? I have the feeling it's become a hostel, but everyone's splitting the chores, so I guess it saves some effort.
Back in the day, cleaning was quite a chore, wasn't it, Senpai?
Laughing, Sakura recalls the past. There are a lot of vacant rooms even now, but nothing like the empty warehouse we used to have. A building without people in it deteriorates all too quickly. Cleaning out the entire house used to be one huge task. Yeah, the year-end cleaning doesn't sound so bad this time.
Ryder's really good at it, don't you think? The house is in good hands, and it will be done before you know it.
Sakura puffs up with pride. Ryder likes to keep things neat and orderly, and what's more, has brute strength for it. That's what she meant, probably. But, no.
But...
I think he said but.
Yes?
Don't you miss the peace and quiet we used to have from time to time? The question just slipped out somehow. For no other reason than just having thought about it on the spot.
It's kind of a pity that we can't be alone together, I think.
That's right. In the mornings before Fujine arrived, it was just the two of us, with Sakura often coming to the shed to wake me up. Kind of a pity. Does that mean she actually wants to just be the two of us? Yeah, I see. I suddenly become flustered. She may have been a younger sister in the past, but now that she's all grown up, the older brother's role has become quite complicated. I end up staring at the bed, trying to look away.
But you know, Senpai, it's better when it's lively after all, and we can cook a lot too.
Yeah, you're right.
Getting a turn for the bath is a bit difficult, and there's a lot of laundry to do, but it's fine. It's all fine, really.
Yeah, let's take care of it together. Mutual agreement is reached with much excitement. Sakura seems to be putting on airs to hide her quickened pulse, just the same as me, I guess.
Senpai, do you miss the quiet old days?
No, I don't think so. What's gone is gone, and now is now. There's plenty of good and bad about both, I think. No, that isn't right either. There aren't really any bad things about the present.
Yes, I agree. Really, I wouldn't mind if it was even busier than now.
Just who would the newcomer be, I wonder? Maybe Issei? Although I don't picture him coming down from the mountain and rolling in. But you never know. Even Tosaka started coming over recently.
Was maybe Ilya-chan and Fujimura-sensei who move here?
Ilya would be problematic. Those maids would also come if she does, so we'll be up by 3, just about full capacity. And then something hits me. But either way, Sakura.
Yes?
Whether we gain or lose more mouths, the kitchen team's duty is still the same, and expectations are high. Let's make sure we meet them. Population growth failed to bring in reinforcements for the cooking ranks. Though perhaps there were too many cooks in the first place.
Right, I guess we do have a reputation to uphold.
And it falls when appetites grow too.
It is. I still have a lot to learn from you, Senpai.
As we were talking, my stomach started growling. Sounds about time. Sakura, what should we do for lunch?
Decide once we get to the kitchen. Because no dish is a challenge for the two of us.
Is that so? Then I'll go find out who will be joining us for lunch. I stand up and leave the room together with Sakura. There isn't much to add, just an ordinary morning. Easygoing and calm, nothing out of the ordinary. One warm day is rolling past. Noon, third day.
I want to know what they're cooking.
Okay, so either a mystery person at the church or Mitsuzuri at the big bridge.
I want to know the mystery person.
Alright.
Even though I know it's not going to be the old man. Mr. Dilo.
Oh, I spy a delinquent heroic spirit squatting in front of the church. What's up, Lancer? Enjoying the sunshine?
Oh, a different outfit.
Yeah. Like hell I would. I got kicked out, so I watered the flowers and sprinkled water on the road. And now I got nothing better to do than just sit here and stare into space. That's what people mean when they say enjoying the sunshine. Then again, maybe this guy doesn't consider enjoying the sunshine unless he's burning to a crisp on some beach somewhere. A tan so dark that it would devalue Archer's stock. Moving on. What do you mean kicked out? Is there someone inside? Yeah, someone came. Maybe a guest, maybe Kotomini's replacement. Gotta be someone from the church, judging by the shabby robes. From the church, huh? So you got kicked out by that somebody? That's right. Had something to check up on, so I was told to step out for a while. Not the type of person I can handle. Anyway, figured they'll be back soon enough, so here I am, just wasting time. Lancer sounds pretty disgruntled, which is rather unusual. So there's actually somebody, this guy, who can have a friendly chat even with the likes of Saber or Ryder can't handle. Lancer, can I go inside? Be my guest. Gatekeeping ain't my job. Careless as usual. Tired of sunbathing, he takes the can in one hand and starts sprinkling water again. With a quick wave, I open the door and go inside. That was odd. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
There's nobody at the altar. The priest that greeted me here half a year ago is still gone, just like he was at the end of the battle. Hey, there's nobody here. Look around the inner garden, the stairs up to the basement, the second floor, and Kotomini's private room, but the church is completely empty. Hey, Lancer, there's nobody inside. Did they go out through the back? Hey, Lancer's gone too. I guess he realized the futility of this watering endeavor and went to the park in front of the station again. Only the watering can remains at the plaza. Oh well. Since the can was left for me, I make sure to sprinkle the remaining water into the flower bed before departing. But it instantly appears like that. That means it's repeat text, so...
So was he the mysterious figure?
Yeah, I'm not sure why sometimes it's a mystery. I guess it just wants to be a surprise when you click on it.
I mean, different outfit.
Yeah. Alright, so none of these are exclamation points, so we can do whatever.
For once, let's hang around the Emiya residence.
Alright.
I mean, might as well.
Yep. I've come out to the storehouse. I don't have anything that needs to be repaired right away, but I came anyway because I felt like it. I sit cross-legged in my usual seat and survey my surroundings, not doing anything in particular. Now then. I've been here long enough. I couldn't really think of anything to do out here either. Guess I'll go back to my room and sleep. But, why am I coming to the storehouse at night?
Because we're forcing you to, Emiya.
Fourth day.
Wait, what?
Endless,
that was it?
Yep. Endless crosses... Turnus? What? Well, we gotta go see Ilya.
Yes.
After a long journey, I finally arrive at the forest on the outskirts of town. About 2 more hours and I'll be at the Einsborn Castle, which I'm even starting to get used to. However, Okay, so he is still here. For some reason, something amazing is blocking my way to the forest. Hello. Oh, wait. Hello, can I ask what you're doing here? Urgh. There's no reply. I can't tell whether that's a yes or no. A gatekeeper, I guess. Is it okay if I enter the forest? I need to talk to Ilya. Urgh. There's no reply. Not a single word. Urgh. He didn't say anything, so I guess that means it's okay to go. He's more or less an acquaintance. Even if he is Berserker, he should have recognized me. Okay, I'll just be passing through. I raise my hands and pass along his side. Eek! Huge monster roars. It's as if he's saying, move any further and I'll send you flying back to Miyama. By the way, he never really had art like this in the first game, did he? He only ever appeared in CGs.
Yeah, we get to see him up close.
Yeah. Is that a no, sir? Are you perhaps suggesting that I should just call it a day? Mr. Berserker is slowly losing his temper. I've truly no idea what he's saying. Would someone please find an interpreter? Okay, I'm going to assume this is Ilya.
What an uncouth visitor coming to a lady's house without an appointment. It's only natural that you'd be turned away. Wait. Why, if it isn't Shino?
Ilya?
That's right. Good afternoon, Oni-chan. It sure is rare to see you here.
Ilya waves her hands energetically, but for some reason she doesn't leave the forest. Hey, Ilya. I want to go to the castle for a while, so would you mind telling Berserker to let me pass?
See? You came so you could visit the castle, not so you could see me. It's no good. Our house is under construction and is not accepting visitors at this time. You, who does not understand a girl's feelings, please go back home.
Ilya waves her hand goodbye. Even if I wanted to stop her, an impenetrable wall is blocking my path. Hey, wait. Going to the castle and going to see you means the same thing to me. I say it like it is. Even I understand how girls feel.
For you, that was well done, but it's still a no-go. There's nothing in the castle anyways. There's nothing that will benefit you if you come. And there are no clues regarding the Holy Grail War either. Walking around town would be more productive than examining my castle.
That's not true. Your castle is a lot of fun. It's quite elegant inside. I could see Ilya whenever I want, and Stella and Liz are there too. That's where the Holy Grail War clues. You'll never know if you don't look. I mean, Ilya is one of the masters too. Even if there wasn't anything in the castle, there's still a chance of Ilya herself getting involved in some kind of trouble.
Come on, I know exactly what you're thinking. I don't really want you to come, but even if I tell you no, you'll never learn. You'll probably keep coming back here anyways. Fine. If you want it so badly, I'll think about it. Even if I turn you away, you'll just come back later. But since you insist, I'll prepare a special performance just for you.
Her solemn expression suddenly changes to a suspicious-looking grin. This is the visage of an imp who just came up with an extraordinary new prank. Hey, Ilya. You're thinking of something naughty again, aren't you? Host welcoming their guest is great, but getting carried away with it is definitely not.
Yeah, if I'm going to do that, I have to hurry and get ready. I'll have to clear the forest, make a cliff, and then prepare a tank to greet you. And, oh, that's right. I have to keep Stella and Liz apart, or I'd be failing my duty as a host.
She's not listening. I could already hear Ilya's magic circuits turning on at full blast. From what I've heard, her magic just skips over logic and provides a result. She's sort of a miniature Holy Grail. Whatever she wants, as long as it's something within the limits of her magical energy, it will somehow materialize, despite even Ilya herself not knowing how.
Have a moat, yep. A castle siege just isn't right without one. And a maze. With my reserves of magical energy, that might be a bit too much.
An irreversible event is unfolding at an amazing speed. Alas, the wish-granting power of the Holy Grail has been used on something really worthless. So I don't remember this scene, but I remember what this leads to. Because when I first played this years ago, there's one very specific thing in this game that I wanted to get to before watching Carnival Phantasm, because I knew there was an entire episode dedicated to it.
Ooh.
It's like one of the most memorable parts of this game. See, Ilya, I only wanted to get to the castle, right?
Alright, once everything's ready, I'll gladly welcome you. For now, enjoy this brief moment of peace. Heh, prepare yourself, okay? When this is complete, I'm going to rush you off your feet more than you'd ever imagined.
After proclaiming my death sentence, Ilya disappears into the mist. This doesn't look good. Looks like it's going to have to overcome a terrifying trial in order to enter the Einsburn Castle. The giant remains silent. Yet somehow I felt like he was saying, "Don't lose heart, boy," as a way of encouragement. Noon 4th day. Okay, so should we go to school or the temple?
Go back to the temple, maybe we'll see Medea.
Ooh, there's a mystery person. Oh god, I'm having a flashback. I think I might remember who this is. Or I could be thinking of a different scene entirely, but... Oh, yep.
Oh.
Yep. That's it should be around somewhere around here. If I can't find it, maybe that means I should just give up. Whenever there's something really hard to find, something stupid always happened the moment I get my hands on it. Yep, this is where Kid Gil originated from. Actually, you saw Fate Strange Fake, right?
Yes.
There was that scene where Gil said he was going to take a different form and then revealed that he had a potion of youth he was about to take. I think that's why he's like this now.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That's my assumption anyway, based on that scene. And there's a lone child here. A gorgeous-looking boy with hair that looks like it was made of gold, ingots, and eyes red as rubies. The boy's walking around the grounds. Maybe he has lost something. Hello, nice weather today, isn't it, Oni-chan? Or Oni-san? He calls out to me in a good-natured manner. Yeah, hello. Hi, nice to see you. As I thought, you're an honest person, Oni-san. I like that about you a lot. Please do your best with that honesty from here on as well. And with that, the blonde-haired child walked off. What? It's still too soon for you to come here. When you know your name and find something that seems to be important, something good may happen if you go to the back of the temple at the same time. He took off with a light pace, but even though his footsteps sounded light, his speed was equal to that of a hound. What the heck is going on? It was at the Ryudo Temple. It was Ryudo Temple in the early afternoon. Something mysterious had happened. Now the question is why he decided to make himself a kid. It's just after 9 p.m. and dinner's already over. There are no major events, and everyone returned to their rooms. It's too early to... Yeah, okay. Let's go for a walk. Alone. The moment I decided to go outside, I began to feel sick. Is this a premonition or a fear of something I already know? It's time to go, yet this fear is slowly creeping on me. Now then, I have to see what's going on in town. Struggling to stay on my feet, I reach the door for the door handle. One last time, looking back just once, and make sure the image of the room is, it stays firmly in my mind. It was a freezing cold night. The moment I went outside, it felt like I had been thrown into a different world. The house was the only source of definite reality, while the rest of Fuyuki was an unsteady illusion. You go away, you. Go away, you. Go away, you. Go away. I could hear the panting of wild beasts in the midst. There isn't a single sign of a human presence in town. I don't know who's behind it, but whoever it is, he's finally making his move. Kill you, kill you, kill you. It's not a single human. This is just a world where everything is extinct. The house before me is in shambles. A broken door. Shattered windows. A yard smeared with blood. Should I look inside? Should I look inside, I'll find the scene of a dissection. This is all very strange, especially the fact that there's not a single piece of flesh to be found anywhere. Yet the course of events that transpired here is painfully clear. Emotions I've never experienced before excite my brain. Anger and hatred mixed together in just the right proportions. I hate this mass murderer that I haven't even seen yet. Can't see anything. Who are you? What the hell are you? I trace the reverberating panting. The soundless howling is directed at me. A barrage coming from every direction. Hostility and pleading, hatred and envy. I feel sick down to my stomach. Hate you, hate you, hate you, hate you. Howling changes into roaring. It's hard to believe, yet there's no doubt. The source of the howling is crouching in front of me. What this thing? I know I've seen it before, yet my memory fails me. Just a little more. The moment the clock strikes midnight, somebody will tell me and I'll remember. The thing howls again, making a screeching sound. Frequency outside of my hearing range. A howl for sure, but the voice has no human could hear. Do you think only you will be saved? The beast raises its head. Its eyes lock onto me and it comes crawling towards me. Its claws screeching against the ground. I jump backward to avoid it. A wild swipe of the beast's claws. If I get hit by the guillotine of a claw, I'm as good as dead. I'm better than I was back then, though. This is mere child's play compared to the beating Saber bestows upon me. Even with no chance of hitting me, the beast is relentless. Its arms swing more violently with every blow, making it seem like there's no end to its vitality. Only you, only you, only you. The stream of undulations is showered me with the only added. The stream of undulations has showered me with, only added to this darkness. Crap, I shouldn't have. I could have let it keep going, but I counterattacked out of fear. Moved sideways to dodge the claws and kicked it wide open side with all my might. I knew it. It wasn't that much of a threat. The unidentified beast coughs painfully on its fours, unable to get up. Grant. Hey, if you can understand what I'm saying, answer me. Are you the one that did this to Fuyuki? But that can't be right. Should they happen to meet this creature, most people would be dead without as much as a fight. but that's limited to only to small areas. This thing can't empty out the whole town in just 1 hour. Grant. You don't get it, do you? I ain't asking you for that. What I want to know is what the hell are you? I was going to finish. Huh? I realize that my surroundings are now flooded with these beasts. Choir of resentment sings immunity. The whole park is crawling with them. Damn it. With this many, 20 minutes, let alone an hour, should be more than enough to clean up the town. The tsunami steadily closes in on me. It reminds me of ants swarming over a corpse, or a person thrown into a Buddhist hell's mountain of needles. Those claws will tear me limb from limb. My body, eyeballs, skull, everything will be skewered. I start praying, even though what's about to come is inevitable. Grant! Oh, shut the hell up. If you're gonna kill me, just do it. Repeating yourself like idiots. If you have something to say, just spit it. I think this is a woman.
Okay. Do you understand? They're asking you to grant our wish.
Reflexively, I raise my head. A beautiful voice, resounding with silver tones. Right in the middle of the world buried in beasts. This is the start of it all. You. I know her. I know this woman. But this would be an hour later. That would be an hour later. There's no consistency to this. It's frustrating. I have all the pieces to the puzzle, but...
But you failed. It looks like you came here too early.
The horde of beasts is approaching. There's no escape. Death is upon me. Oh well, even if I do manage to run away, the same thing will happen again.
Be gone, sinner. There is no place left for you to stay.
A prayer-like ultimatum. Her eyelids finally close, and Miyashiro is taken apart by the gospel-singing chorus of beasts.
I thought the other person was Avengers Master.
Well, maybe this isn't actually Avenger, or maybe it's something else entirely.
Did it just look like him?
And I assumed it was his noble fan. I mean, the design was based on his noble phantasm, but that might have actually been him. Like
True.
he was speaking as if that thing got to that house before he did. So the cluster of malice continues to spread. Oh, I think this is narration now.
On the night of October 11, Fuyuki met its end by a mountain of piled-up corpses.
Yeah. Oh, bad end. Restart.
Oh, just regular bad end.
Yeah. Exit to Heaven's 205. You know what? That's a pretty good spot to end for today.
What was that special thing we unlocked after meeting Saber at the...
Alright, I'm not sure which one of these is. There's extra gallery, maybe? Those are the CGs.
It said we unlocked something.
Yeah, we unlocked wallpaper, it said, so I guess it'd be under special then. Yeah, here we go, wallpaper. Ooh. I just realized there might be H stuff in here later on, so I should probably be more careful, but these seem fine.
What?
This looks like it might be a popularity poll results.
Or Sakura. And where did who get that dog?
Good question. Is
Well,
that?
that's cute.
Wait. Is number 17 down there? That's not. Oh no, that's Kuzuki. I thought it was like Shiki for a second. Okay. Anything else? Yeah. Hmm.
Oh wow, it even pans.
Yeah. Okay. Now what the heck is this?
Money? Oh no.
Yeah. It's like a shrine.
O ye gods, who absolve us of our human misfortunes, please guard us from disaster and purify our worldly sins. To thee I pray.
I guess he was kind of singing that.
To the Tosaka Shrine, I shall now instruct you in our methods of offering and prayer.
I think
Also, look what she's holding.
yeah, that's what to say.
In order to keep from offering the gods, in order to keep from offending the gods, it is very important to cleanse yourself, and of course, one cannot forget the other rituals, such as clapping your hands. But most important of all, donations. Over everything else, donations! Understood. On the bottom of the screen are your current funds. Using your funds, you can buy Omikuji, Written Fortunes, and Emma, Votive Pictures. One Omikuji costs 100 yen. The fortunes range in type from great luck to great misfortune. The contents vary from business, love, and academics to travel and lost items. If you are dissatisfied with the results, and you've got the cash, trying again for a better one is a-okay. Although, it would probably behoove you to show the appropriate restraint. Emma vary in price. Hovering your cursor over the Emma will display its cost, so select carefully after consulting with what remains in your wallet. Depicted on the Emma are various character images, backgrounds, or other pictures used in this fan disc. It seems there are some rare and just plain strange ones among them too. Well, you probably guessed that already, and be sure to check out the short comments on each one you buy. You can peruse the Emma images you have purchased at your leisure in the Another Gallery. The Emma you've already bought will have a mark on them. By clicking on them again, you can view the short comments, this time free of charge. There won't be many Emma at the beginning of the game, but the number will gradually increase as you explore Fuyuki. How indecent. There are 40 Emma in total. Holy cow!
Yeah.
Collect them all if you feel like it. Or perhaps, I should say, do it even if it costs you your life. Think about the financial fates of our household. So then, what happens if all those important funds run out? If you're thinking that, you're a sharp one. Your starting 500 yen will also increase as you move through the game. That method is top secret Tosaka information. I suppose that's not much, so here's a bonus hint. There are several ways to increase your funds. The first is to just progress through the story. Maybe you should keep your eyes peeled for any episodes relating to money. Or challenge some traditional Japanese games. Or just be born with good fortune. Or something.
Oh yeah, when I was researching the Capsule Servant, because I was looking for some way to play it, I couldn't get the Android version to work, unfortunately. But apparently, so the sequence of events that unlocks Capsule Servant in the Vita version unlocks the Hanafuda game in this version.
Oh. Your funds will increase without warning, so keep that in mind. Those who are troubled by this, please continue your patronage to our shrine. concludes the explanation. Thanks for listening. Feel free to take your time looking around.
I'm here too, you know. Alright, I guess let's take a look at the Emma.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Ooh. Like there's just a little shadow down in the corner there.
Little comments.
Yeah. Oh.
Promotional illustration part 2. I'm intrigued by the tulip hat in the lower right.
You're just saying that because you know what it really is. If you had that hat, would you wear it?
No thank you. I'd give it to someone it would suit better.
Let's see, what kind of cost are we dealing with here?
Holy cow.
Yeah. Alright, should we get a 300 yen one or a 1 and a 2?
Now let's get the 300 one.
Alright.
We're just gonna give all our money to her.
Yeah. Mitsuzuri Ayako, casual clothes, left. Archery club uniform, middle. And Ryudo Issei, casual clothes, right.
It wouldn't look all that out of place if they exchanged clothes.
I guess that could be taken as a compliment.
Then I take that back. Ryudo-kun doesn't look good in slimming clothes at all. Skin isn't clear enough. Stupid peach, smooth, perfect skin. Grr.
Whenever I look at him, I'm amazed at how great Miss Mitsuzuri... Look at it. I'm amazed by how great Mitsuzuri looks in her archer uniform. Yeah, great. Or did I get that line wrong? Was that... yeah, great indeed. There's all the more archery... Wait. There's about one more archer-related servant that doesn't fit so well. Or maybe not. Ah, whatever. Just leave me alone.
So you were worried about that?
Alright. Well, we can't do any more there today.
We need more money.
Yep. Looking at the graffiti on the wall there.
That's cute.
Alright, so, yep, thanks for watching, everyone. We'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So, I'll see you then.